Marvin Harrison, you like Jamar Chase. I used to just say, hey, if you do this, I'll wipe 3, and it was fun for the show.
It was fun for the show. You ought to do that.
It was, but you wouldn't do the stupid shit that I used to do.
Give me an example. What are you going to do?
Well, if I said eat 4 Big Macs in 30 minutes, you wouldn't do something like that.
I can't do it.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you throw out things. If I can do it, then we'll talk about it.
If I said eat 12 Cadbury eggs in 30 minutes, you wouldn't do it.
I can't do it. Yeah. You can eat a ton. I can't eat a ton.
If I said eat 12 pancake platters,
I'll drink 12 IPAs.
No, you
on the
can't do
show.
that. I've seen that. Hey, so
yeah, that'd be asking like Tiger Woods back in his heyday hit a drive 300 yards.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll funnel 10 beers on Monday during the show. If you'll wipe one.
Did the Jessica Bill, was that Tennessee 10 wins, Jessica Bill and Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
So Tennessee paid that one off.
Tennessee paid that one off. Of the
Are y'all just going to skip this?
Well, no. I mean, I think you can do it.
Of the strange category.
I thought he could do the Big Macs.
We have 2 death ones. Richard Simmons. I have Richard Simmons passing before Charlie Sheen. And I've got Robert Kraft still alive on January 1, 2026.
Yeah. Well, the ones with end dates I'm okay with. Like the T.J. Yeldon had no end date.
Yeah, that's the hard one.
Yeah. I've still got Jimbo Fisher to not play in an SEC championship 2027.
No, I thought that was before men landed on Mars.
No, that's winning a national championship.
Oh, that's a national
Texas
championship.
A&M. It's not Jimbo. It's any Texas A&M coach in the SEC championship game by 2027. Jimbo Fisher at any school wins another national championship before Earthlings land men on or women on Mars.
You had Jimbo, and Lance has got
Jimbo
people on
winning.
Mars.
I messed up there. I should have had aliens landing here.
Yeah, we could have paid that off this weekend, according to the informant. Quick break here. We'll come back. One more segment to go today. We'll put a wrap on everything. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years. And we're doing that in a big way here on the next round with our friends at Wayne's. We're letting you save $50 off any of their platforms when you use our promo code TNR. Much like Wayne's 50 years ago, they started their own business with pest control, termite protection, added lawn care, and mosquito services. We started this one, so we're a great team to work together and celebrate what Wayne's has done for you. So we're helping out, saving you $50, $100, or $150, stacking the services together when you use the promo code TNR. TNR, the promo code, call Waynes.com or go to 866-WAYNES1. Here's the best part. It's not just for new customers, existing customers as well. TNR, the promo code, call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
26 days to the week 0 Saturday that starts college football. We got NFL exhibition going on this weekend. Auburn with a big flip over the weekend. We'll jump into that. It is Show 500 for us. That's coming up here in the first segment. Rockstar is back. We had a parade earlier. Rockstar, welcome back, man. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Fantastic. Show number 500 icon going in the upper right-hand corner. Will that be,
how about that?
Will that be there the entire show? I get a nod, yes. Oh, it's like I always love the football season when we get to either Thanksgiving or the holidays where they have the special scoreboard,
Yeah, it's
or
got
the
the
bowl
Christmas
games.
lights on it, or sometimes on Rivalry Saturday they got the leaves on it, and when they go to break, the leaves fall off.
Yes.
I like that. Here's where this will come in handy. When we're approaching Show 1000 and there's an argument about how close we are to 1000, somebody can go back to this show and count. They could just find the icon and count.
Yeah, because we don't know if this is right or not.
Oh, it's not, I'm
Just
sure.
Historically, this is going to be Show
That's right.
500 from now
It
on.
just feels right today.
Well, we've just agreed, Rockstar, that this is going to be 500.
The 31st is a good day.
Well, we
Nobody's
had
got
the
the first
intern. I
clue.
didn't know what he was doing most of the time.
Yeah.
But apparently he's the one that counted this.
Yeah, I don't
okay,
trust
sure,
that.
sure.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, but we're going to
I
say
say
it's
we
500
go with it, yeah.
But
just to end the discussion.
I mean, somewhere along the way, we decided, all right, December 25th, we're going to celebrate that was the day Jesus Christ was born, right? Somewhere
That's
along
right.
the way.
Even
right?
though, I mean, almost any scholar will agree it could not have happened in December. Yeah.
Exactly. So there are other things we decided throughout the history that today we're going to say this is the day. It may or may not have been.
Yeah.
But this is the day, right?
That's right, yeah.
Like, I don't even think our calendar works out right. Like, 365 days. We throw in a leap year to try to zero it back out. So, today may not even be a Monday, really.
That's true. Who knows?
This could be a Wednesday.
Yeah, cosmically, who's got any clue?
That's right. But 500, and here we are, halfway to 1,000.
I mean, it's a heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Well,
most
it goes fast,
people didn't
so-
think we'd make 500.
But when you tell people 500 shows, I bet there's people out there that are like, damn, I think they probably have done more because they've been doing this since 2010 together.
Yeah.
But 500 goes quick.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
500 on this platform.
Yeah.
And happy anniversary to my wife, 25 years. Maybe we'll talk about that later on. Brown is back
Big
from.
day for Dunaway.
I'm telling you, show
It is.
500 and an anniversary.
I told Maggie it comes in 3. Our 500th show. Here's pictures.
I didn't know y'all got married in a gazebo. I didn't know. I told Jennifer this morning. She said, "Hey, make sure you wish Jim it's his and Maggie's anniversary." And I'd already seen the social media post. And I said, "You know what? I just learned about Dunaway. I thought I knew most everything about the guy. He got married in a gazebo. I didn't know that."
We did. Outdoor wedding down at I think it's called the Donnelly House down on the south side.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
where my brother Cameron got married.
Yeah.
I've been to a few weddings there.
Yeah, I've been to one.
They're always hot as hell.
Yep.
It was July 31st, 25 years ago, before global warming, so it wasn't as hot as it is now. But it was an outdoor wedding, and I was probably crying right there in that picture.
Well, I'm sure you were.
I bet her dad was too.
Yeah.
Oh, it was. He was.
Was he there?
Oh, he was.
Yeah. I got
Doing this the whole time.
just shaking his head.
Yeah,
I
no
cannot believe I'm here.
No way this is going to last.
I got a buddy that, I mean, he's not like a stand-up comedian, but I think he thinks he is. He's like, we're having a wedding. Oh, yeah? In a church where there's like fixed seating and air conditioning? No, we're going to do it outside in the summer. Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah.
Exactly. A gazebo. And I just remember how expensive it was back then. And it's probably what? 20 times more expensive
At
now?
least triple.
Yeah, at least triple
Did
that.
you stay in the Winfrey to make it fancy that night?
No. We, in fact, I pitched it tonight. She's got schoolwork, so we celebrated our anniversary when we went to Arizona. That was our anniversary trip because she was writing 2 small papers yesterday, so she could start the big paper today. So she's in the middle of schoolwork, and we've got dinner reservations tonight. And I said, "Do you want me to just go ahead and book a room in the Tutwiler and we'll make a night of it?" And she's like, "Babe, after dinner, I got to come back and write a paper."
Oh, sexy.
Yeah.
Can I get a room then?
Damn, you got shut down on 25.
Yeah. I'm not
For a paper, Lance, for a paper.
I'm not completely shut down.
Has she heard about the chat AI or whatever?
What is that?
Just told her to spit the contents,
Yeah.
whatever she wants in it.
Yeah, that
Pop something right out.
probably would be unethical, especially when you're in divinity school.
It's the time where you'd like them not to cheat, right?
I mean, God would always know, right, that you cheated on that one. All right, so a lot to get to on the show. Let's first start with Auburn, and then we'll go Testicle Festival, and we'll work our way back to 500.
Makes sense, yeah.
We'll put it in that order.
I like
okay?
that. I like that plan.
So in transition, big balls from Hugh Freeze on the recruiting trail. He flips a 5-star wide receiver from Alabama to Auburn over the weekend. Here's how it looked, right? Forrester has the video. Nope, Rockstar has the video. Thought we discussed this. Cut number 7, if we can.
I think Scott say we did discuss this, Jim. Yes.
Here's Perry Thompson making his announcement, his flip from Alabama to Auburn, and Hugh Freeze gets thrown into a swimming pool. If you missed it over the weekend, this is part of Big Cat Weekend. Something that started way back at Auburn. Hugh Freeze keeps it rolling. Here is the big 5-star wide receiver from Foley. Could it be Auburn in Hugh Freeze's Julio Jones? Maybe. Here's the big announcement.
The next 2 to 4 years, I'll be Auburn University. Yeah! Put him in the pool!
So apparently Auburn just won a crew championship. I know what you do.
How nervous
They
would
do
you
at
have been if
Oxford?
that was you that were throwing in the pool?
Oh, somebody would have to come in and get me.
Sunk like a stone.
Boy,
Well, I mean,
Hugh is he's killing it. Good week for
He
Hugh.
is.
right.
He is getting after it in recruiting.
And now KJ Bolden, who's a 5-star safety, says Auburn is one of their final of his final 2. Announcement coming soon. His final 5 was Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, Florida State, and Ohio State. So of those 4, it's down to one other in Auburn. If you believe what he said this Big Cat Weekend, he's from Beaufort, Georgia. So I assume you would assume that it's down to Auburn and Georgia. If not, maybe Auburn and Alabama. But it's Auburn and somebody, another 5-star recruit. Doesn't surprise anybody that Hugh Freeze can recruit, though, right?
No, not at all. But flipping guys from Alabama to Auburn, I mean, that's a huge deal.
Well, I
and
mean,
obviously having 7 300 ESPN 300 commitments now in that class, I mean, that's pretty incredible. And it just shows you a couple of things. He can recruit, but it looks like Brian Harsin was a little lazy.
Well, I think Gus Malzahn, too. People love just to pin this on Harsin, but you got to look at the end of the Gus Malzahn era. He was in cruise control recruiting as well. Auburn hasn't had this type of recruiting in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but
it's not just 2 years.
You can say that Harsin was lazy, but in this NIL world, you got to have everybody pulling in the right direction. Would Brian Harsin, if he had the Auburn money people behind him, could he have done better? Maybe he was lazy. Maybe Gus could have been better if it was the NIL era, right? If he was paying, top dollar to get recruits. What is a fact is that Hugh Freeze was always a good recruiter. Auburn has money people, and they're all on the same page now, which is where you've got to be in this era of college football. So
I get it, but it's hard to believe that they weren't on the same page because Harsin was only there for, a blip on the radar.
Yeah, but he was not the hire by those people.
They never wanted him.
Yeah, those people didn't want him hired.
I get that, but at the same time, your love for Auburn football should be more than the guy that is hired,
It should
right?
be, yes, you're right.
That was the
But
question we asked.
Frequently it's not, yeah.
That was, when I remember asking that exact question. At some point, the boosters have to decide whether they love Auburn football more than they love their power to control who the head coach is. They don't have to make that decision now because they got their guy and they're all on the same page. And this is what you can do at Auburn when everybody's pulling in the same direction.
I remember when Lane Kiffin was hired in Oxford, and I think it was Feinbaum that said this is the worst nightmare for Nick Saban. This is the guy he doesn't want in Oxford. I think more so, this is the guy you don't. If you're Alabama, this is the guy you don't want in Auburn because he's going to turn this thing around quickly.
Well, he's had success on the field against Nick Saban, and he was really good. I mean, Kim Dichie and those guys. I mean, you look at the ones that went to the NFL that he recruited at Ole Miss; they were pretty talented guys there. I think he still holds the record for the best recruiting class in Ole Miss history.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And
where's this class now for the 2024 class for Auburn? It's got to be up there.
Yeah,
right?
I'll pull it up on 24/7. But Brown, I mean, this is a guy that you go back to the Mark Ingram, Julio Jones class for Nick Saban. How important that was. This is a big 5-star guy who just happens to also be at wide receiver, also from Foley.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt. Yeah, Foley is an interesting connection. Auburn, to answer your question on 3, is 15th right now with those 2 5-stars in the last week. And again, that I'm glad you brought that up because this highlights Hugh Freeze's challenge, right? You would say Hugh Freeze is on a heater right now. Well, he's 15th. I mean,
and where is he in the SEC? 7?
And Georgia is 1. Florida is 3, Alabama is 4, Tennessee is 9, Texas A&M is 12, LSU is 13. I mean,
so they're 7.
Yeah, I mean and they're not done either. None of those teams are done. But it highlights how difficult it is to succeed in this conference. Like Hugh Freeze is on an Auburn recruiting heater like they haven't had in a single week in quite a while. And still, you see the uphill battle you're fighting to try to close the gap between some of the schools that have passed Auburn over the last few years.
That's life in the SEC,
it is.
right?
It is life in the SEC. Once you fall
always
behind.
Always has, always will be.
That's right. And once you fall behind, it is so difficult to catch up. I mean, you just have to have an extraordinary effort to catch up. Alabama, to your point, with Nick Saban, had fallen way, way, way behind. Nick Saban came in and killed it in recruiting, and it still took a couple of years to catch up. Kirby Smart, Georgia had not fallen as far behind. Mark Richt was far from, asleep at the wheel. But they weren't quite where they are now, and it took Kirby a little bit to catch up. And those guys recruited on an elite level.
Yeah, and the key is you're going to have to hold these guys, too.
No, sure. That's anybody, yeah.
All the way until you get to December signing day.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia and Alabama aren't just going to wave the flag on these guys.
That's right. And that's why, it's important that you have some success on the field this year. If you look like a train wreck on the field, some of these guys could be like, ooh,
I just don't see that. I think there was dissension, and obviously we don't know what's going on in the locker room. I think there was dissension because Nick Saban runs a program a different way, and a lot of those guys, it was weeding those guys out. I think for Hugh Freeze, he's more of a player's coach. So I think it will be easier to navigate the first year if that makes any sense. Like, I don't think they're going to have super success this year. I think they'll be a surprise team. They'll beat somebody they shouldn't.
Right. Man,
but I think year 2, I mean, you look at what Kirby, you guys brought up Kirby, played for a national championship. Nick Saban was undefeated going into the SEC championship game. And, I mean, I'm not going to be surprised at all if they win 10, maybe 11 games next year.
If you're 8-3 going into the Alabama game, which you host, right, then that's you've beaten somebody or two teams you probably shouldn't have beaten roster-wise.
Yeah.
And you're 8-3 going into a big weekend that looks great for recruits. You probably can continue to build on that excitement leading up to National Signing Day. So 7-4, 8-3 going into that big weekend that always looks great when you're an Auburn fan down there with your rival coming to town.
That's probably an A season.
Yeah, it's like a great look. The stadium is packed, the buzz of the weekend, the Tiger Walk and all that. It's an easy sell to recruits. That's sort of the target. That'd be great going into that weekend. Keep all these guys. More on the big commitment, what's happening with Hugh Freeze as we move throughout our 500th show today. LT tells us about Dr. B, and we'll get to what Brown did this weekend as we put an official wrap on basketball season here on the show.
For more than 20 years, Dr. Beckenstein, as women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience as advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Make the phone call that I made when I started to thin out. I asked around. Everybody said Dr. B is the guy. 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. Dr. B offering that Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, t3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Trent Dilfer's first day of UAB camp is happening as we speak. Jack State's already finished 4 practices because they play week 0.
That is right.
Yeah, they put the pads on coming up soon. But we put the wraps on basketball season right now. Rockstar Get number 5 ready here. Brown, what did you do this weekend?
Well, as you guys might remember, we allowed you to choose the punishment for the bracket challenge loser, and you guys chose attendance at a testicle festival. Refresh my memory, did we choose one for each person, and mine was testicle festival?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine was going to be...
That's right.
12-month calendar
That's
shoot.
right. Lance was a country music video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a live performance.
He's still disappointed he didn't lose.
No, I'm not. I just thought it was going to be the most difficult task to carry out.
Forrester, was he not tanking?
Absolutely tanking.
Yeah, tanking. He was.
No doubt.
He was the Chicago White Sox of our bracket challenge.
I would never take a bracket.
Most difficult, but he then admitted later on that he had already gone to the AI chat to write the country song.
No. I did that after we had already done that because I didn't know about the AI whatever until.
But
I did put it in country song.
You said you were going to use that though afterwards. You joked I was 100% going to use this for my song.
I probably would have thrown it in there and used a little outline.
So we let you vote. You voted for me to attend a testicle festival. Those are harder to find than you might imagine. Not a lot of testicle festivals out there.
Well, the festival part.
Yeah, well, yeah, testicles you can find on any city block, Rockstar. So I found one in Bentonville, Arkansas that we were going to do at the end of August, but a trip to the Floribama came up. Right. And then you guys said, hey, we'd rather y'all go to the Floribama. Let's reschedule. So I found this Saturday, Hickson, Tennessee, which is just outside of Chattanooga, Hickson, Tennessee. And it is the Scenic City Testicle Festival. As Scott is showing you in the photo section, that is Worlds Colliding. That's like Alien Fest meets Testicle Festival in that T-shirt right there. I thought that was odd.
Were the balls out of this world?
The balls are, it's the only balls I've ever eaten, Lance. So, to my knowledge, out of the world.
Asterisk, eaten.
Yes,
were they hot?
Once I put the hot sauce on them, you'll see all that. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. So here is just a snippet. Now, there's a much larger video that will go up soon. Here is a snippet of my trip to Scenic City Testicle Festival 2023. So do you do anything with testicles, or is it all non-testicle? You're all non-testicle. So no testicle dishes?
No.
Oh.
I wouldn't know what to do with that.
You wouldn't know what to do with testicles? No, I mean, I'll take a Diet Coke then. Hey, do you serve the testicles here?
No, sir.
Oh, where do I get testicles? You don't know?
I'm not sure. Where they had the testicles at?
Yeah. Anybody know where they have the testicles? I'll look and see if I
That
can.
lady sitting over there, she knows. The lady sitting over there.
This was a testicle festival.
She knows testicles?
She knows where it is.
She knows where testicles are? Okay, thank you. Are you staff?
I am.
Where, testicle staff?
Yes, sir.
Where do I get testicles?
Right there.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, how many orders? What kind of testicles are they? Bull? Pig?
I think there's some sheep or white maybe.
Which ones are the best ones?
They're all mixed. I can't tell you what's what.
Okay.
Once you cut them, they all look the same.
They're all the same once you cut them?
How you doing
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Selling balls.
Selling balls? Yeah. Aren't we all? That's it. Do you like them?
They're okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You like them? You just said they're okay. Yeah, I like them. Here we go. So are these, this is the way they're supposed to be done, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Here we go. You're not wrong. I mean, it's like chicken. Yeah.
See?
Yeah, it's like chicken.
Rockstar, you are going to regret this if you don't try
That's right. Yeah, he's going to try something.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as bad.
You ain't got no balls.
Yeah, I was expecting them to be big and round. So I didn't know they were going to be chopped up. Well, I know they were at one point.
Some of them
Yeah.
were this big last time when I cut them up.
Really?
Some of them were like,
Oh, so you cut these up?
yeah. Some of them had baby balls.
Yeah.
He can't even buy a T-shirt if he doesn't try it.
I'd sleep with one eye open if I was married to you.
No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. So yeah,
I was
more.
thinking the same thing. Do not cross her.
Yeah, she's used to cutting balls. More coming up, but that's kind of the just a little taste of what happened there at Testicle
So would you eat
Festival
them again?
2023. You know, I got to be honest with you. It's not something I would crave.
Be honest. I like that.
But
Be
if you rolled them out in front and you guys just started eating them, you'd never knew you were eating testicles. It tastes like, at least those did anyway, tastes like a chewy piece of chicken. You know, most stuff like that is going to be determined by the breading. You know, you taste more of the breading. Like the testicles themselves had no taste to me. It was more the breading around it, which was actually pretty good.
Closer to beef jerky, like
no, not that.
that texture.
No.
Well, I tell you, these things were huge when I was in Kansas in the Midwest. Rocky Mountain oysters is what they call them.
Did they chop them up and serve them? Because these are all chopped up.
They look like almost a cross between a chicken tender and a hush puppy.
Oh yeah, these were much smaller. These were more like calamari, like thinly sliced.
Yeah. See, I always
calamari is an excellent comparison, I would say. Yeah.
So a little rubbery.
Yeah, a little rubbery. Yeah, a little not quite as rubbery as calamari, but kind of like a rubbery piece of chicken.
But when in the 80s, we had this gum, which is stupid now. I look back, I think it was called Spurt.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
There's Freshen Up too. Freshen Up was the
Yeah, same principle.
It'd blow in your mouth.
You bit into it, and then the flavoring would squirt out in your mouth. Is there any stuff that oozes out of this when you chew them?
No, I think that has all been removed potentially. I don't know how all that works in the animals, but these are. They've been chopped up, so I think if there were anything remaining inside of them, it
cooked into
probably
the
is
stew.
either cooked into the stew or it has been released once they're chopped.
Yeah, Rocky, I don't know if you remember this, when Ian had to eat a raccoon.
Oh, I remember.
He bit into a gland.
Oh,
And
boy,
Jess,
that'd
the
be
guy
awful,
that actually
yeah.
prepared it jambalaya style, he warned him. He was like, I tried to get all the glands out, but there's probably still some glands in there. And what was in the gland is oil.
Woo! Boy, that tastes awful right
Can
there.
you imagine?
My gosh.
Ruins the raccoon for you, man.
No.
All right, so Brown has checked that box. There is a lengthy video with some more highlights from that on our video platforms.
It'll be up soon. It's not up yet.
Soon.
Yep.
Not up yet. It'll be on some point during the show today. Taylor's working on that right now. You can check that on our YouTube channel and everything else. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up there. But Brown has checked that box, freeing us up to make it down to the Floribama coming up August the 24th and the 25th of this month. That's a Thursday, Friday. We'll be down at the Floribama later on in August. We're not August yet. That's tomorrow's August 1st. But later on in August, before football season, one more trip to the Floribama coming up August 24th and 25th, when Brown was going to go to a testicle festival in Texas. A little Tex-Mex balls is what he was going to do.
Yeah.
But he kept it down south. Deep fried balls.
Deep fried balls, yes.
Yeah, I like that. All right. When we come back, we'll start the conversation about our 500th show. Also, best and worst of the weekend. Luginbill's with us at 10 Central to start hour 2. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you are looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a great place to start and look. First of all, as a parent of a student at Montevallo, I love the price point. Everything you get in a college education, a 4-year school, great degree, great experience, great atmosphere. It's all at Montevallo, montevallo.edu. To check out the details there, 23 fully funded scholarship NCAA Division II sports, and a lot more. Check it out. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Take anything with round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
If you watched any of the NFL Network over the weekend, they whipped around live to every camp that was going on. Really got you ready for the season. Later on this week is the Hall of Fame game. Those teams have been practicing already. Browns and who?
Browns Jets.
Browns Jets.
That you're going to see much Aaron Rodgers in that one?
I wouldn't run him out there for one snap. But LT just said the AFC is going to be fascinating this year. No doubt, it's going to be one big game after another. There is some concern about Joe Burrow's calf injury and how people are saying it could be this, but it could go. Many people go back to what Mike Trout had one year that cost him most of a season. So a lot of people are watching that. That's one thing that could impact the AFC race.
Yeah, they said weeks on Burrow, and weeks isn't months, but weeks start to creep up on the start of the regular season. I mean, we're a month out from that.
That's right, but 6 to 8 weeks is 2 months. So weeks can turn into months.
Yeah. And
52 can be a year.
And months turn into years.
I think there's 7 teams that can win the AFC, which ultimately can obviously win the Super Bowl.
New York Butcher Shop brings us part of the show today. New York Butcher Shop, something that can get you going for an anniversary like ours today.
Yeah, just a great place. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Again, with a great selection of fine wines and desserts, New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. Get in, see Jim and that fine staff. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
One of the things I loved about Scott Van Pelt back in the day, still does it, is when they show different people, bald with glasses that look like Van Pelt around the world.
Right.
Jack, my buddy Jack Winchester, who listens to our show, Auburn grad, was in Colorado for a wedding this weekend, and they had a band, and he said, I found Rocky's, what's it called, doppelganger?
Yeah.
In the Rockies. Rocky's doppelganger in the Rockies. If you look at the picture, this was the lead singer of the band. Now, it's all because it's a bald-headed guy with a beard, but
that could be Brandon Marcello, right?
Who's also a lead singer. No, because he doesn't have bourbon in his hand. There is, according to Jack, at a wedding, Rocky out in the Rockies.
I don't see Rocky.
I mean, it's the bald. If Rockstar had a thicker beard,
and
squintier eyes,
right above the right eye. Rocky sometimes he can get a vessel that pops out when he's hitting a really good note.
Every high note.
I'm trying to get it. I haven't got it up yet. She said.
So
it looks more like Trent Dilfer with a beard.
A little bit more Trent Dilfer.
The bass player in the back, though, makes me think this is something.
No, absolutely not. That's Reggie. You remember Reggie?
Oh, it is Reggie Moneypenny.
Reggie.
Yep.
And that's Jeff Galooly playing bass back there.
I mean, he does look like, with his shirt open that much, he got a little yacht rock vibe to him, doesn't it? All right, so Rocky, there's one of your doppelgangers singing out in the Rockies.
A good shirt, too.
Yeah.
Looks good there. All right, show 500 today.
People are asking about the funnel.
Yes, they are.
Are we going to do this to knock off a steak?
I'm going to say no.
Do you have a funnel?
I mean, I can get one up here, I'm sure.
Well, it seems like when you funnel stuff, doesn't a lot of seepage and everything, I don't want this place to smell like a bar.
It is going to get messy. I mean, I don't think you can keep it all within the funnel in the hose. I mean, that's going to be a.
Well, I mean, I can lay some. I got some stuff down. We can lay.
How about some 10 shots of chicken cock?
Whew. Oof. Sounds dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a big meeting after the show, and then we've got a run through of a new show.
Yeah,
we're adults.
It's a lot after.
We're adults.
I mean, I can pace myself. I can do 10 shots over the show.
Yeah. Why don't we just celebrate 500 alcohol-free today?
That's fine with me. The chat room was asking.
Yeah. So no is the answer to that. No.
Dunaway's too worried about his figure to drink alcohol.
No, I'm going to have as much alcohol as you want. I'm just saying we don't have to build a show around it today. We can celebrate 500, with some So does
Some fried
Budweiser have
rice.
some Bud Free? We can have some
Did you
Bud
say
Free.
fried rice?
Some chicken fried rice.
Yeah, I like fried rice.
But anyway, when you 500 shows, when you say 500 shows, other than alcohol, what do you first think of? LT. You first.
I mean, it's just been a crazy run, and I can't believe we're already 500 deep on this. I was trying to think about and I was going to text you guys to do our top 5 moments or top 5 guests on this platform. And there's just been so many wild
It'd be
moments.
hard to do, yeah.
Well, can I ask a question real quick? Because when you said, where's Auburn in the rankings, I instantly went to pull up 24/7. Are we officially on 3 now? Or are we only using Shannon Terry's
I
on
don't
3
know.
rankings?
I don't know.
Because that's the first time in the history of the show you've gone to on 3 rankings.
Well, I went to on 3 because it is the composite of everything else, so
Okay.
it factors in 24/7 as well.
But 24/7 is
They
the composite
factor
of
in
all the others.
Everybody but on 3, I think. I really don't know who's the composite of who now.
Yeah, 24/7 is the composite of Rivals and whatever the
Yeah,
others were.
right.
And that's what 24/7 was. So
Right.
really, if you factor in 24/7, which is a composite of all the others, to
I
get
don't
the
even
on
know what
3.
I'm doing.
But I'm okay. Just tell me which one we're using.
No, I don't really care. I just put up on 3 because of that.
No, I love Shannon Terry too. He likes us. I like him, so I'll use
I'm
on 3
fine.
from now on.
I'm fine.
But he's one of my favorite guests so far.
Really?
I enjoyed that show. We did all those shows we did up there.
I'm trying to think, though. So Darlene from Ozark. Oh, that wasn't on this format.
That was on the old show.
Lisa Emery.
Lisa
Yeah.
Emery, yep.
Oh, she's
Adam-
been on once with us, but
Yeah.
not the best interview.
Yeah, you're
Adam
about to say Adam
Richmond.
Richmond was great.
Yeah, Adam Richmond was fantastic. I really enjoyed his
I thought
interview.
Tiger King was a lot of fun.
It was pretty wild. Were you here that day?
I was not.
Yeah,
no.
you
I
weren't
was
here
in
the day we
Arizona,
did Tiger
celebrating
King.
my
Yeah.
25th anniversary. Actually,
Well,
Which is
you
today,
celebrate a long
actually.
time, don't
full
you?
circle, right?
Yeah, Tiger King was fun.
Yeah, Forrester's right.
Pat Bradley.
Pat Bradley
Yep.
was awesome.
The first time Pat Bradley ever came, and the only time he's joined us on video. So it all started out with he had his camera covered and didn't realize it, so he had to peel off like 8 layers of tape off his camera. And then we finally get to see him, and we don't even do the interview because he gives us a tour of all of his memorabilia from his Arkansas and youth basketball days. That was fantastic. I'd forgotten all about
Yeah,
that.
that was, and Mosley's been
Mosley's always
really good
funny.
interviews.
Yep, always funny.
Barkley, because I've dropped one F-bomb in 500 shows on this particular show, the live show 9 to 1. Barkley's first appearance in here, he dropped 6 in the first segment.
He did. Nobody said a word. And that was when he made the live announcement, which was pretty, it's pretty monumental. That was one that got us a massive amount of national attention. So
Does 100 bonus minutes with Greg Sankey make the
absolutely
make the highlight reel?
Very unique. Never
Yeah.
saw that coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's really good when you're still being relevant 500 shows in that it ends up being something that was so recent as Greg Sankey's 100 bonus minutes.
Yeah.
What was the wildest moment in the 500 shows?
Oh, Eric Estrada.
That was pretty wild. Yeah, Eric Estrada. How long do you think that story went, or that answer in that story?
that
8
answer
and a
was
half,
good.
12, 10 minutes?
Yeah, but what you asked? What? Yeah, what did you Lance ask? Did you ever meet somebody? And it took forever to get there.
Anyway.
Yeah, it took forever to get there.
Yeah, one of the best moments. I agree with Greg from Pell City over in the chat room. First call from Jeff from Aniston, shit titty damn, on the new platform.
That was so funny.
We've had some weird moments. I mean, our first Halloween with the Tupac was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Brian Harson got fired while we were dressed as Halloween characters is probably the wildest moment of the show.
Yeah, you were Ken.
Yeah, you were Ken.
In a box.
Ken in a box.
I'm Tom Cruise and you're Evil Knievel, and we're breaking news that Auburn's just fired their football coach.
280 LT taking a live P on NBC 13 locally on their digital platform.
That was it. Yeah.
I brought Chuck's ashes in studio.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Though, I wanted to go back to the Greg from Pell, not Greg from Pell City, the Jeff from Aniston deal, because when we did this, there's just no way of knowing who came with us from our old format to the others. Some we heard from in the chat room, some. I ran into a guy. I talked to a guy on the phone. Sorry, I'm blowing my headphone there. I talked to a guy on the phone about something completely random the other day. I had not talked to him in forever. And he used to listen to us on radio, and he said, "Hey, I just want you to know, never miss a show on the new platform, never." And I'm like, I got to be honest with you, I thought you were one we probably lost. And he's like, "Why would you think that?" And I was like, "You're a little bit older, and I just didn't know if you would embrace, the new format there, and you and I don't stay in touch a whole lot. And he said, no, man, I was there from day one, but we never knew until somebody showed up in a chat room or whatever, and Jeff was one of those that he didn't call for a little bit because he claimed Dunaway was trying to hide the phone number. He's like he'd give it out one number at a time.
So many moments, though, man.
Today's number is 3.
Yeah, I know. So
3.
when he showed up on the call screen, I remember Lance didn't see it, but Dunaway and I had the call screen up, and Dunaway and I, we made eye contact. We were both like, "This is a cool moment right here, seeing that Jeff's still with us." Because you never know, right?
No,
You never know.
Rockstar doing Andrew Dice, Clay Travis. That was good. George Brett having margaritas at 9 a.m. at last year's Regions Tournament. Best interview, according to Jason over there. Yeah. Ian's dad not being dead.
Oh, yeah. Your old man passed away, right?
No, he's still alive. All right. It was my brother. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry. Anyway.
I mean, there are a lot of great memories.
Really
and appreciate the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room reminding us of some of these. You forget them.
And we did.
Floribama show. Can somebody make a list? Because I'm getting older. I mean, I will forget all these in a few years.
Show 1000.
No, the Sunday Floribama show might be my favorite live show I've ever done. I don't remember most of it, but going back, we had to watch it for, we'll call it legal reasons.
Yeah. The bushwhackers are flowing.
That was a fun show.
Bushwhackers are flowing, and these guys just randomly parachute onto the beach behind us and then come up on the set. Like somebody invited them over on the set, and they were wearing no shirt, no shoes, and speaking with an Australian accent. I literally thought, I'm not sure this is really happening here.
How long have you been in the air?
Yeah, I mean, what shirt and shoes. We didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about Nashville because it was, so busy with SEC Media Days, but I kind of thought that was a full circle moment for us because our very first shows, somebody told me yesterday, in fact, that they were in the River Chase Galleria, and they're like, is that a store that you guys have? And I'm like, no, that's where we did our first shows. And our logo is still up on the window there at the old McMillan's Big and Tall, and a mannequin with our T-shirts is still in the window. And people walk by there and think it's a store we own. Our very first actual shows together were in the old McMillan's Big and Tall at 2021 SEC Media Days at the Galleria.
So basically, it's now a defunct museum?
Yeah, it's the Next Round Museum.
It really is. I mean, I still get people that will take pictures and be I didn't know you guys had a satellite office.
Yeah, somebody brought it up to me yesterday. Is that a store for you guys?
I always wonder, does it help us or does it look like we're out of business?
And that's true. And we went and rented that place. And Mike White, who runs the Galleria, was very kind to let us do that. I mean, it's pretty unique to say, hey, we need to rent a store for 4 days. And then we were trying to figure out what is the set going to look like. And he was like, hey, Abercrombie Fitch, they got a bunch of furniture. If you guys move it, it's yours for the week. So we all go over there and move that furniture up and sweat our butts off in the middle of the summer. And I thought built, for what we did, a really good-looking set. But what we did up in Nashville was so reminiscent of that. There were a couple times I stopped and thought, this is kind of a full circle moment for us. Like if you had told me that day sitting at McMillan's Big and Tall, we'd be where we were in Nashville, I wouldn't have believed you.
I would agree 100%. Tattoo revelation, another one that's over there when Leighton let LT know that she'd gotten a tattoo for the first time live on the air.
First time I've seen Chico since the reveal. He was over this weekend playing a little pool golf, and he said that was one of his favorite moments.
Yeah, one of mine too. Hempill brings you best and worst of the weekend. It can also be best and worst of the show if you want to as well over the years. Brought to you by the great folks at Hempill.
Yeah, they want to remind you 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hempill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hempill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hempill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hempillservices.com.
Gino remembers me paying off steak by eating some McDonald's meal special they had and some bonus stuff, and then predicting Lance would get pissed off that the portion wasn't big enough and me having a bonus cheeseburger hidden because I knew how you were going to react.
That was perfect, actually.
Yeah.
It was.
That was perfect.
I just can't believe how big those meals looked on camera.
Right.
And then how small they actually were.
Yeah. Just the opposite of mirrors, objects in your mirror when you're driving down the road. They're bigger than you think they are. Meanwhile, McDonald's meals, not as big as the pictures make them look on television.
What was that meal, by the way?
It was some kind of where they would take two things and combine them, like a fish and
a Big Mac with like chicken nuggets on it.
Yeah, it looked awful.
It was a combination.
But it looked like just an enormous amount of food.
Yeah, it looked like they spilled it all in
But
the
you
bag.
knocked it out. I mean, of course, I'm down right now, but I don't know if I'll ever do another. Yeah. I'm sure I will.
Stephen asked,
you've won every eating contest outside of Cadbury's.
Yeah,
that's true.
Done.
Eating contest done always really good at.
Oh yeah,
you should go to Testicle.
I don't know anymore, man. I mean, I think the last one we tried was the McDonald's has been since the Cadbury eggs. So at least I got back on the horse. The Cadbury eggs, I don't know if it was the sugar or just where I was. That it was a morning show.
That font, you're just eating fondant.
Yeah, remember he tapped out. He didn't do the rest of the show.
Yeah, you got sick.
No, I threw up.
He was in that tiny little, not even a love seat. It was so small that we had in the office, and you're sitting there with your legs sticking out with a garbage pail. Just.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He had the garbage.
How many nights has Maggie cussed me from possibly killing you from eating challenges?
Well, I think we've changed our life insurance since we started this platform. We've upped it a little bit, so I don't think she cusses you anymore.
You better not buy.
Story on that coming up.
Incredible story coming up.
Hey, so Stephen asked biggest letdown interview, and I know mine right away because I'd never interviewed him. But when West Virginia was going to play UAB, Bob Huggins was on the show, and I always thought Huggins would be kind of like, because he was playing Andy, I thought he was going to be upbeat and have some fun with the interview. Could not have been less interested in doing the interview. I mean, literally could not have been less interested in doing the interview. It was an awful
trying to
interview.
think. That was a bad interview.
Awful interview. And I was excited about having him on the show. I don't really get excited about guests, but I was like, I think he'll be fun. We'll get him to tell some old AK stories. He'll probably say some crazy things. Little did I know he had plenty of crazy things in the holster he didn't say on our show. But he was just an awful interview. Terrible. That was my biggest letdown.
Later on, LT's got a greater than, less than that he's put together for the 500 show, but it's not about the show, right?
No.
Okay. It's just in celebration of bringing us back something we've done many times over our years together. A lot more to get to today, including Luginbill at the top of the hour. We'll unveil our 40 and 40 team in our next segment, which will also let you know who number one in the country is. So that is coming up in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell us about Woodhouse.
Give that special someone the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right for Flyway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell Casey and Stuart the next round sent you.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Urology Centers of Alabama, we appreciate them so much. They've been with us along the way on getting us from 40 all the way up to number 2 today in our 40 and 40 countdown. And tomorrow will be our number 1 team, but you'll know who it is after we unveil number 2 today. UCA, though, getting you ready for an important time of year, Men's Health Month and all this stuff that comes up in the future. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care. 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule that appointment today.
67 of you voted. Here's the number 2 team in the country. It's the Michigan Wolverines. Slightly, look how close. Just 5 points ahead of Ohio State. This was nip and tuck. In fact, Ohio State had more first-place votes than Michigan did, but Michigan slides in there now at number 2, which means that leaves the only name that's not up there, Georgia, who will be our number 1 team tomorrow.
Just give it away, though.
At number 1. So your top 5, LSU, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, and Georgia. Let's talk about Michigan a little bit. Can they get, they've been back-to-back, can they get back to the playoffs for a 3rd straight season?
Yeah, you look at J.J. McCarthy, and again, I think this is the best quarterback situation Harbaugh has had. And now McCarthy's got experience. And you look at that backfield with Blake Corum coming back from injury, Donovan Edwards, you can make an argument one of the top 2 or 3 overall backfields in all of college football. 7 starters back on the offense. Defense is going to be lights out. And you start to talk about, we were questioning the talent that was getting recruited to Michigan from Harbaugh. If you look at the last 5 years, only 4 teams have more guys drafted than Michigan.
In fact, Jim Harbaugh thinks that on this roster, that 20 players will be drafted in next year's NFL draft. That's what Harbaugh thinks. That would shatter Georgia's record of 15 in 2022.
This will be the first
I
time.
think he's crazy, by the way.
I do
don't
too.
think that's going to happen.
I will not be shocked if Michigan can win a national championship. I think they're going to be that good this year. The schedule is very beneficial. You got to go to Penn State, and obviously you got to Ohio State and Ann Arbor. But outside of those 2, I don't see any landmines out there.
Okay, here's the schedule, and then we'll do I want to bring something back from June, that Bud Elliott list and what LT's talking about. But Forrester has the schedule up. East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, Rutgers, all without Jim Harbaugh on the sidelines. That is such a passive penalty. He's talking about letting a different assistant coach act as the head coach. Well, in all 4 of those games, 4 different people being the interim head coach in 4 different games.
I mean, I would be stunned if any of those games are within 3 scores.
I mean, when he announced
3 touchdowns.
When he announced that, if I was the NCAA, I would have been like,
"All right, big boy.
All right, let's
you know
let's
what
make
you're
it the
going
last
to do,
4
though?
games."
Yeah.
If the 3 of us coached, if Dunaway, East Carolina, I'm UNLV, and you're Bowling Green, we're going to try to up each other. Like,
ooh, that's a good point.
Pedal is down.
Yeah, I want to look the best.
I'm laying my points Michigan for the first 4 weeks because they are going to try to outdo the others.
Okay. Now here back to the discussion of what LT said about he thinks the talent is enough. And to Brown's point, I agree with Brown. Jim Harbaugh saying 20 of these guys are going to be drafted, shattering Georgia's record of 15 in 2022. Bud Elliott back in June did the composite from 24/7 of the roster for this upcoming year on who has the best recruiting classes that are on the field. Now, I know this doesn't equate to always winning. Sometimes you develop from a 2-star into a 5-star type talent, but usually this is a pretty good indicator on who the best rosters are. Remember, Alabama was 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, A&M, who LT you think is going to have a good year, 4, Clemson you think will be back 5, LSU, their roster is 6, Texas, Oklahoma. Michigan's roster, as far as blue chip recruits, all the way down at 14.
Yeah.
They've done a good job at developing players, though, because, again, over the last 5 years, only 4 teams have had more players drafted to the NFL. Alabama won a national championship in the last 5 years. Georgia won multiple national championships in the last 5 years. LSU, they've won a national championship in the last 5 years. And Ohio State, they've played for one. They've been in the mix. Could have won one last year.
And if you look at the blue chip ratio, Ohio State has a significant edge over Michigan, but Michigan's 2-0 in those last 2 games. So I'm not doubting Bud Elliott's work there. This is more than just a head-to-head matchup. But I agree. I think Michigan's good enough to play for the national championship. I do wonder, once they get into the playoffs, how they match up against some of these other teams.
Blake Corum has been on this team a couple of years. He and Edwards are the two-headed monster at running back. Great running game. Offensive line is back. Here's Blake Corum last week at Big Ten Media Days talking about the mentality of this team after losing back-to-back years in the playoffs.
You know, I hold my teammates, I hold myself, and the coaches hold us to a high standard, right? And part of me coming back was, I said, unfinished business. You know, that was my thing, unfinished business. On the field, off the field, you know, in general. But we have a team that is very special right now. You know, a lot of guys come back. You know, JJ has another year under his belt. You know, we have transfers. You know, Drake Nugent, you know, LD, you know, Big Hint. Like, you know, up front, we're great. Team-wise, we're great. We've been working our butts off this summer. And I believe in my guys. You know, we have to take care of the regular schedule and beat our rivals. And then, you know, if we get there, we just got to get over the hump. But, you know, for me, you know, I have high standards. So, yeah, it's win or bust. And I think the guys know that, but we don't have to say anything. You know, we know what it is. You know, talk is cheap.
Okay, so they've got that special period in every practice that they put in there. They always have the Ohio State, the school up north, or the school down south, you know, practice session, period in practice. And they put the beat Georgia practice session in there because they believe that you got to be the best, you got to beat the best. And that's been Georgia the last 2 years. Beat them in the semifinals, and they didn't get a chance to play them in the championship this year. So they have the beat Georgia part in there. So you think Michigan can win the national championship when you've seen them in the playoffs? Did they close the gap at all last year?
I think they did. You know, TCU, that was basically a coin flip game. Look, we saw TCU get destroyed.
That's my point.
Yeah. I still think going back, though, this is a team that has beaten Ohio State back-to-back years. And correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 years ago they handled them easily.
Ran through them,
yeah. So this is a team, and you talk about running through, and Blake Corum just said it, up front we're really good. And that's how you win championships. Offensive, defensive lines, they've got that covered. They've led the Big Ten in rushing the last couple of years. They'll lead the Big Ten in rushing again this year, and that'll open things up for J.J. McCarthy.
I will say, though, it's hard.
I've sold myself, by the way, on Michigan over Ohio State.
Oh, yeah? Three straight years, huh?
Yeah.
I bet by the time we get to that game, you will not feel that way.
We'll see. Kyle McCord, unseen. J.J. McCarthy, big fan.
Well, I will tell you this, though. I do think that landing is trickier than it even looks on paper. Because you know at Penn State, that's going to be a tough road trip for them, right? That's going to be, it's the big noon kickoff, Michigan at Penn State. You don't at least have to play the night game whiteout, but it's still going to be a tough place to go. And I'm telling you, that trip to Maryland, buried between at Penn State and hosting Ohio State, is the absolute classic trap game right there.
I don't disagree, and I think Maryland will be improved. I mean, look, there's tricky spots on the schedule. At Minnesota's tricky. Yep. At Michigan State, I mean, that's one of those toss-up games typically.
But to Brown's point, you survive Penn State with Ohio State out there. You've got to play a team that on any given day could be a nightmare offensively.
Yeah, got a good enough quarterback to beat you.
Yeah.
Well, all I do is I show what what happened to them at the end of the year last year.
Yeah, and Tennessee didn't see that coming. And there's you're hard pressed to find for me a really good national championship team that didn't just have a like Missouri for Georgia last year, a game where they just struggle out of the blue.
That's our UCA 40 and 40 team, brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, don't forget about that Men's Health Center. We're going to be doing a show from there not too far out in the future. They're helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues and a comfortable environment. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
We'll tell you about Redmond Vodka in just a second, but while we're talking about Maryland, since Brown brought them up, Talia Tungavaloa, Thursday back at Big Ten Media Days, said that he was offered $1.5 million in NIL money by an unnamed SEC team to hit the portal and leave Maryland and come back and quarterback for that school.
If I made you bet the state that school is located in.
Well, okay. But the state that school is located in, I would initially go Alabama.
That'd be my bet, yeah.
Because you say, well, he could have gone back to Alabama.
Yep.
Because they were looking for a quarterback. But there was a reason why he left Alabama to start with. You could go Auburn because they were looking for a quarterback.
New coach looking for a quarterback at the portal, obviously. So was Alabama, as it turned out.
But if you take Alabama and Auburn off the table, which are the two people you guess initially, I mean, you could make a case that Florida, it could have been Florida, right?
Could have been, yeah. I mean, they ended up with Graham Mertz. Were they more interested in Talia, maybe?
Yeah, Talia is a better quarterback.
He's a better quarterback than Graham Mertz. I agree with Lance.
I'm just saying that's
yeah.
You know, I mean, it's easy to say, well, he came from Alabama, Tua was there, blah, 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 blah.
I don't think Kentucky would offer that kind of money, but obviously they were in the quarterback market. They got Devin Leary.
You know, and Talia is a good quarterback.
He makes, a lot of mistakes. You just wonder if he makes those mistakes because he doesn't have the same type of talent around him.
I've seen some bad decisions. So 26 picks over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
How far do you think you'd have to go back for Alabama 26 picks?
Like total?
Yeah, like I don't know the answer. I'm just throwing it out there. But I know from 2020 in an abbreviated season to 2022, that is 26 interceptions. And I would say that you probably have to go back
if I combine
5 or 6 years, probably.
If I combine all the quarterbacks' interceptions, you had 8 last year. Do the math for me here.
Okay.
7, so that gets me up to
15.
15. 2020, you had 4. That gets me to 19.
That's pretty close.
2019, you had 6. We're at 25 now. How high do I have to go?
26.
So I'm going to have to go all the way back to 2018. 2018. Okay. Just combine interceptions to get to 26.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot. Yeah, there's no doubt that's a lot.
And some people say that's why, Milroe is struggling to lock down the job over there because of mistakes like that. It's a killer. It's a killer. But if you watch Maryland play, there are times you go, all right, they're about to win this game, and then there's a big turnover at some point. That's a little fact about Maryland and Talia Tungavaloa off our 40 and 40, brought to you by our friends at Redmond. Tom Luginbill standing by on the other side.
Yeah, gluten-free, 8 times distilled, available at your local package or ABC stores. Again, locally owned and operated. Fantastic product. It is Redmond Vodka, asked for by name, available in 22 states now.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
5-star wide receiver Perry Thompson flipping to Auburn from Alabama was a big one over the weekend. We're about to talk to Tom Luginbill about everything college football, brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. Again, dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call my good friend Chris Stewart. He's been doing it for over 2 decades now. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Again, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, let's start there with Luginbill. ESPN's Tom Luginbill on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A recruiting heater over the last week for Hugh Freeze. 2 5-stars that looked like they were going other places, Luginbill. I mean, that's exactly what Auburn's got to do now.
Yeah, and I just think it's a sign of relevancy. It's a sign of interest. It's a sign of changing perception. Listen, you guys have heard me say this a lot of times. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And prospects can be prone to change their mind as much as they change their underwear. And you've got to realize that in this game, with some of the big dogs that are out there, those that have not committed and then those who have, it's like having a 500-pound marlin on the line, but he's 500 yards away. And getting him in is not going to be easy. So great sign for Auburn if you're an Auburn fan. Now you got to hang on and close. I mean, I think I would say that if this was LSU, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, anytime this happens, it's a great sign. And now I think the things you've got to do to shore it up is you've got to really show improvement in the fall on the field. I think that resonates because then all of a sudden that transitions to a really positive environment when you get a kid on campus for a game day situation. And now they're coming off the summer, riding a high, seeing improvement on the field. Now the impression's different because you're in that full stadium for a game day atmosphere. So still, as Hugh Freeze and his staff, I think, would tell you a lot of work to be done, but certainly a positive sign if you're a Tigers fan.
Yeah, not much expectation in year one, but year two is typically, Luginbill, where those elite coaches can do some serious damage. You saw it with Kirby playing for a national championship. Nick had Alabama undefeated in the SEC championship game. And to me, Hugh Freeze is a borderline elite coach. I think he's that talented. I don't know if you would agree with that or not, but I was going to ask you, who will have a bigger factor in the SEC next year, Oklahoma, Texas in their first years, or Auburn and Hugh Freeze's second year?
I might go with Auburn and Hugh Freeze's second year. Certainly would probably take them over Oklahoma, given the current roster profile and where some of Oklahoma's deficiencies are. I think Texas could potentially be a toss-up, although as much as I like their offensive personnel, I'm not convinced that Texas has, LSU, Alabama, Georgia-type dudes on defense, particularly in the front. And we've seen in years past Auburn be chock full of a lot of those guys. And Hugh Freeze has his hands full there, too, because he's got to get those guys back so that he can compete and beat an LSU, an Alabama, and a Georgia. I would agree with you. I think there are some elite components to Hugh Freeze, his approach, not just the X's and O's, but how he deals with kids, how he manages the operation. Certainly he knows that the expectations at Auburn are certainly vastly different than they were at Ole Miss. I think he embraces and accepts that. But you make a really good point, Lance, about that second full calendar year. And it's a little different now because of the transfer portal, where it used to be, you're trying to just hit the ground running and salvage what you can in that first cycle. Well, now you can kind of compensate for what you may lack on the high school side and go out and fulfill in the transfer portal side. But it's that second full calendar year with your entire staff in place. The blueprint has been laid. You know how you operate. You know how you execute. You're not up against the wall trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Now you just go into seek and destroy mode, and you have the transfer portal to supplement that. I think that's really positive for any first-year coach. Obviously, would be going into their second year in next cycle.
You're going to be doing some high school classic kickoff games before the college football season starts, and I saw you'll be doing the Carrollton game, I think, if I saw this right. That includes future big prospect quarterback Juju Lewis, I believe, but also Alabama's tight end Caleb Odom, the commitment to Alabama guy. I think everybody's a comparison to Brock Bowers these days. Does Caleb Odom bring to the table for Alabama in 2024 what Brock Bowers has brought to Georgia?
I think there are really similar athletic traits. I think the one thing that makes Brock Bowers so unique is, how many teams are we seeing run jet sweeps with their tight end? How many teams are we seeing running bubble screens with their tight end, getting them out in space, actually making people miss, and then having the ability to run somebody over? So that type of versatility at the position is extremely rare. I do see similar athletic traits. And by the way, that game, Jim, that's going to have Ohio State commit quarterback Aaron Nolan versus Juju Lewis, who I would say outside of physical stature, all right, meaning that it's not ideal, he might be the best quarterback prospect that I've done or we've seen, alongside probably Trevor Lawrence and Kyler Murray when they both came out of high school. This is a kid that won a 7A state championship as a 13 going on 14-year-old freshman in high school.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen very often.
And he's a rising sophomore, is that right? Is he? Yeah. He's a sophomore this year. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And if I'm right, the kid on the Ohio State commit in Raiola, I think he's the third guy on the Atlanta Quarterback Club's all Atlanta list, and he's a rising sophomore. So that tells you what kind of talent this kid has for 2026. So he's probably going to go to Georgia, right?
What's that? Say that
he's
again?
probably going to go to Georgia, right, in 2026?
Let's just say they'll probably be in his top 2 or 3. I will say this, though, about him. He's the only player that we've ever invited to the Under Armour All-America game prior to the completion of his freshman year in high school.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive. ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Michigan is our preview team today. We're doing 40 teams at 40 shows voted by our audience. They picked Michigan number 2. If I told you Michigan lost a road game, I'm going to give you their road games, not Penn State. Or excuse me, not Penn State. You tell me the one that they lost. At Nebraska, at Minnesota, at Michigan State, at Maryland. Now, I know the answer is probably they don't lose any of those, but give me the one that they should worry most about outside of Penn State.
From an offensive firepower standpoint and the ability, if they got into some type of track meet or, having to go up and down the field, it might be Maryland. Just because I think offensively they're going to have some weapons. They've got an experienced quarterback. I don't think Nebraska has an answer at quarterback. I'm not convinced Michigan State has an answer at quarterback. And that just kind of might be the team that's left there that could move the chains, convert third downs, score in the red zone. I don't think Maryland's on the same par with Michigan, clearly with the roster. But if those are the options that you're giving me, that's probably who I'd go with.
Now I'll do we always love to quote the time to kill. Now open your eyes and pretend that Maryland falls right between a road trip to Penn State and a home game against Ohio State. It is the classic trap game setup for them.
Oh, yeah. Big time. I mean, when you look at that, it's, Maryland 3 years ago, you looked at the schedule and you wrote that down as a W and you wrote it in ink. Well, now you probably write it in pencil, right? Because it's not something you can just, throw your pants on and roll out of the locker room and walk over Maryland with your 2s and 3s. So it is a trap game. And I think the one thing about Michigan's football team is they're a mature football team. And I think they know what's at stake. Clearly, they were embarrassed a year ago in the college football playoff. They've got their quarterback back, which is, a distinct advantage over in Ohio State. But so does Maryland. So, yeah, does it have trap game written all over it? It absolutely does. I still think, though, that there's Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, whatever order you want to put them in, they're all three still a cut above everybody else in the conference.
And for the record, Maryland only lost in Ann Arbor by 7 last year. But Talia Tagovailoa, the quarterback you were talking about with the experience, we were talking about him earlier, and Dunaway brought up the fact that there's a rumor out there that he was offered $1.5 million NIL to come to an SEC school. I was just going to, we talked about, protecting the football has not been one of his A-plus things, but he got a little bit better last year, but 26 turnovers over the last 3 years. How many schools in the SEC do you think he could start for?
Well, I don't know. Will Levis threw a ton of interceptions. Anthony Richards threw 2 interceptions.
We haven't seen Talia projected in the top 5, though.
But Levis is going to start in the NFL,
a ton of interceptions. I saw that, and I screenshotted it, sent it to my pal Barrett Salee, my partner on Sundays, and I said, yeah, right. He's still at Maryland.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Come on, man. I mean, is he worth $1.5 million? No. Do I think that he could play for a lot of SEC teams? Yeah. Do I think right now, if you said, hey, who would you take, Talia or Joe Milton? That would be a toss-up for me, because I think Joe Milton is one of the most physically talented guys in the country and the most streaky, inconsistent, inaccurate guy as well. So I think that one would be a toss-up there.
What about in-state
at Kentucky?
What about in-state, though? What about Alabama and Auburn right now? Is Talia better than any options they've got?
He'd be better at Auburn. I think so. Yeah. At Alabama, is he as talented as some of the guys that they may have in the fold? Probably not, but he's played a lot more. And I think that there's value in that, and you can't gloss that over. I think he would be a big upgrade over Peyton Thorne.
I don't know how many times we'll have you on before the season starts. So I want to ask you this while I have you, because we're talking Michigan today, and they play a certain style of football. Do you think the new clock rules are going to shorten some games considerably enough where it plays into teams like Michigan's favor, Georgia's favor, who, we saw them shorten the game against Tennessee and dominated that game? Alabama's going back to that style of football, we're told. Do you think we'll have a considerable shorter games where it plays to those type of teams that love to run and control the clock?
Yes, if you can convert third downs and extend drives. If you don't, it's no different, really. And I say that having just broadcasted the XFL twice in the last 4 years, where a lot of those rules are very, very similar, and we were able to get games down to 2 hours and 40 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen in college football. Don't get me wrong, but it's still going to come down to whether you have possession of the ball and can convert third down. So whether you're spreading it out, whether you're running it, whether you're 3rd and 3 or less in the spread, or 3rd and 3 or less in 22 personnel, that will have an impact on the clock, in my opinion. So, I think it remains to be seen. It's going to be fascinating to see. I know all of us who are broadcasting games are actually really excited about this, because the thing it's just gotten out of hand in terms of what we're doing with replays, and we're replaying every play, and we're having this stoppage and that stoppage, and a lot of it's just unnecessary. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing how this affects teams that aren't up-tempo teams versus ones that aren't. And by the way, Jim, did you get demoted to the kiddie table? Like, why are you on to the side and Lance is heading things up?
Well,
I'm not heading things up, Luginbill.
This is our 500th show, and in process of 500 shows, we debate some things. One of them, we decided that we should go with the brains, looks, and then me. And so we've got 3 cameras and camera A on Brown makes him look absolutely great. This is the best lit best camera, and no matter how good the camera is, I'm not good looking, so we put me on the worst camera. Right.
Well, I'm looking at you right now, and Ryan's got to learn some television etiquette. As he's leaning back in his chair, he's not even on the screen.
Well,
obviously, right there, that's an uptick in spike in the rating.
Yeah, that's the shot you're seeing. That's not the shot the fine people at home are seeing, Luginbill. You're getting a different feed.
Oh, that's not what I'm hearing.
Hey, so let me ask you about A&M real quick, because I am fascinated to see the dynamic between Jimbo and Bobby Petrino. I think everybody is. But for the first 5 years in College Station, I didn't have an expectation really for Jimbo Fisher. I'm just not a big fan. But for whatever reason, I think this team's going to be sneaky good this year. If they get really good quarterback play out of Wigman and Bobby Petrino is the guy calling the plays, how shocked would you be if they actually make Atlanta for the first time?
Not shocked at all. Making Atlanta, I think a lot of things would have to happen. I would probably better phrase that as if all of those things happen, they are going to be a problem for everybody that they play, right? Getting to Atlanta, obviously, you're going to have to navigate that. But I agree with you, Lance. I think it's the most fascinating, I guess you could say, coaching dynamic on one staff that we have in college football right now. I thought Jimbo Fisher did a horrendous job of answering that question at SEC Media Days. Whether he's running it or Bobby's running it or it's a collaboration or whatever it is, it doesn't matter what the truth is. Just tell the people, I'm out. I'm going to run the football team. He's coaching the offense, and then let it be. To maintain the ambiguity just furthers speculation. And then all of a sudden, if you get a 3 and out or you turn the ball over, what's everybody going to assume? Oh, now there's meddling going on, and there's all this and that. Just put your stamp on it and say, he's the guy. I mean, it's a tried and true offense. He's played outstanding offensive football everywhere he's been, Bobby Petrino, that is. I do think the quarterback play is going to be significantly improved. I know what the roster profile is. I think that's why most Texas A&M fans are so disappointed over the last 4 to 5 years, because it's an 8-4 program with 10-plus win-level players. And maybe this is the change, obviously, that people were hoping needed to happen. But we might be sitting here in late November, guys, and giving Jimbo Fisher a ton of credit for finally doing what he needed to do and stepping back, having input, being the head coach, running the football team, and letting Bobby Petrino do what he does.
You guys love Luginbill when he comes to the show. If you wonder how much we love him, if I'm not mistaken, he was on our first show.
Yes.
He was He was on our 1-year anniversary show, one year after that. And now you're on our 500th show. It's like anytime we have a major show, we ask you to come on, Lugs. That should tell you how we feel about you.
Well, I appreciate that. You guys know how I feel about y'all, because not only do we have a great time talking ball, but we just have a great time talking life, right?
That's right.
Pop culture, TV shows, movies.
Did you see Oppenheimer?
Just don't ask me. Oh, yeah. Have you?
I have not yet, no. LC has.
I haven't. I was going to go last night. I can't carve the 3 hours.
You saw it, Rockstar?
I saw it at the beach on Wednesday. I was telling Lunsford about this. I really enjoyed it. I did not like the past, present, present, past, present, past, past, present, present, past.
The Christopher Nolan FX?
Like where it's just, there's just a lot of
non-linear. Does it all the time.
Yeah, all the time.
That's the only thing.
There's a lot of that, and it's longer than 3 hours. But it goes fast. Like, it keeps – I think one of the reasons why it's good is everybody in their lifetime, or at least in our, cycle, has heard of J. Robert Oppenheimer. But a lot of people may not know exactly what took place, what he did, how the thing came together. And I thought it was really well done. Mission Impossible is ridiculous. I don't understand how that guy just keeps making a movie that's better than the previous one he made when he's 7 in. I mean, it's unbelievable. So go see Dead Reckoning Part 1. Really good.
Is the motorcycle jump crazy?
It's crazy when you look behind the scenes. I don't know if you've ever gone on YouTube or Googled it. But
we
did
saw
it 6 times. He didn't just do it once and they said, hey, we got to catch this the first time. They did it 6 times. So, yeah, it's nuts, man. It's crazy. And the car chase in Rome is ridiculous, especially when you see how they set it up with what he's handcuffed to. Not to give too much away, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that, actually. I think I am going to go to the theater and see that one.
Yeah.
I've heard nothing but good about it.
If I was him, I would be handcuffed to Margot Robbie because she's bringing in the bucks right now.
Man, you ain't. Is she bringing in the bucks everything she's in?
Yeah.
And deservedly so.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Go follow him on Twitter at Tom Luginbill. You'll see him soon enough, not on just on those high school games, but on a college football stadium near us, and we cannot wait. Luginbill, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
You bet, guys. Have a great week.
All right, buddy. You too. Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I think August 16th is that broadcast. Am I right about that? Is that a Saturday? Football Saturday, high school, for August 16th for that big Carrollton game.
19th is a Saturday.
It is? Okay, it's that Saturday around the 19th is a Saturday?
Yep.
Okay, so it's August 19th. That's the broadcast for Carrollton that Luginbill will be on. You get to see some current and former stars that will and future stars that will be playing on some big-time schools in the future. Caleb Downs, one of those guys for Alabama at tight end there. All right, so the show's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com is the website, federally insured by the NCUA. UAB is on the practice field as we speak with their first practice of fall camp. Trenton Dilfer's first fall camp opening up today. UAB is a proud supporter of UAB athletics. In fact, they're practicing right now at the Legacy Pavilion. It has the Legacy name on it right there. Also, they've been dedicated to the education and healthcare industry for over 60 years here in Birmingham. You can see details of everything Legacy can do for you and what they're doing for the community on their website at LegacyCreditUnion.com. Wonderful car and truck loans. They have everyday checking with no monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early on your direct deposit, which could help you out sometimes if you've got some expenses. Another thing that can help you with expenses, the lifestyle loan. Say you want to take a dream vacation. Maybe you want to update your backyard, add a pool or something. Or if you have something sad like unexpected medical expenses, you can get a lifestyle loan with Legacy, no collateral required, affordable low rates. Get everything Legacy has for you at LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Speaking of movies, Barbie passed $775 million worldwide in 2 weeks.
Blows me away.
What is the what's the all-time number we're after here? I mean,
it'd be Avengers Endgame, right?
Avengers Endgame or what? Avatar?
But it can't get.
Can it get there,
No,
Lawrence?
it is not even remotely close to that.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's in what, billions?
Yeah, it's 2.8, 2.9.
Yeah.
But I'm not
But
100%
this thing's going to be pretty historic in what it pulls down.
I mean, what was the budget on Barbie?
They ran out of pink paint.
Well, Margot Robbie and Jake Gyllenhaal didn't come cheap. Ryan Gosling. Don't know why he did it to me.
It was
no,
about 140 million.
No, you did it the other day.
No,
you put it in my head.
Don't blame it on me. You spend one weekend at one testicle festival.
That's right.
And you're getting your favorite men confused.
I know, no doubt.
Jake Gyllenhaal's.
It costs 140 to make, and it's at 775.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Wow. That's a good return on investment, right?
Yeah.
Oppenheimer, by the way, $400 million already in 2 weeks.
I bet it cost a lot more than 140.
Yeah.
What's interesting about Oppenheimer too is the way Christopher Nolan cast. To out of nowhere, Josh Hartnett's back. Just
Well,
out of
Josh
nowhere.
Hartnett was in Black Mirror. I don't know if you saw that episode.
Wow, I didn't see it.
Hey, Oppenheimer only cost 100 million to make.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
See, there's no
at that.
CGI.
There's
That
no
costs a lot.
CGI.
Yeah.
So CGI costs more than just blowing up
Ton.
real dynamite.
You got to get all these people in there on computers, tons of equipment. I mean, it takes a lot. You just throw some dynamite in the hole and it blows up. That's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, and who got paid really? I mean, those are A-list actors, but they don't get like Cillian Murphy's not a guy that's going to get paid.
But he's in every single Nolan film.
He's
I mean, he
big
loves
enough,
the guy.
and he's the star. He probably got paid. Robert Downey Jr. got paid. Emily Blunt, Matt Damon. Outside of that,
yeah,
probably not a lot.
Yeah, so that's a big weekend at the movies again. 2 straight weekends there. Big weekend at Major League Baseball. They set a record attendance on Saturday. Best attended Major League Baseball weekend Saturday since 2013. 583,000 fans went to a Major League Baseball stadium on Saturday with some good matchups there. The Braves have won 3 straight. They get the Angels and Ohtani in town starting tonight. We'll have a lock on that later on. Maybe that game, some other baseball games at lanceslock.com. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, make sure you make that call. One of the first calls we made here, and I can't believe 500 episodes ago, but Months before that, when things were in the works, I called Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio because they're going to help you with the 4 pillars, things that we knew nothing about. That is HR, that is payroll, that's benefits, and compliance. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today for more information. 205-635-7467 or check out Simpio.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Do you guys ever do that? You see somebody, you just create a storyline about them. You don't really know them, but when you're people watching, do you ever create, that person's not happy, probably struggling at home, blah, 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 or that person's wealthy and has a, hot husband at home who's a banker, blah, 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 blah.
If I'm around them enough, again, I came up with a game years and years ago, and I don't know if you guys have ever been around the career game where you're at a bar and you are with a group of people and you pick somebody in the bar what they do for a living.
Interesting.
I think it is really interesting.
Do you try to predict it and then go ask them?
Yeah, so what you do is everybody in your group predicts it, and then somebody goes and asks, and whoever is closest, then they get a drink from everybody else.
The problem with that little game right there is I'm rarely honest about that if asked by strangers.
Yeah, okay, but so somebody said, what do you do for a living?
So if I'm out of town and somebody asks that, what do you do for a living? I work for a multimedia organization, which is technically not a lie. But then if they dig a little bit deeper, I'll unload it. The only reason
But if somebody
I do
said
that,
accountant, somebody said insurance, somebody's going to at least be close to what you're saying.
Yeah. The only reason I do that is when I have found, like, if you're out and it's not anybody, around here, I'm happy to spread the word of the show. But say if I'm in California and somebody asks, it only opens the door to like a million questions.
You're right.
And
I just say sales.
Yeah, sometimes I don't have the time or patience for a million questions about what I do, so I'm just kind of very, very generic about it. Because if you say I work for a multimedia organization, nobody's like, oh,
You should
really?
say I actually run one of the top 2 message boards of Taylor Swift. And I'm not a fan, but I have run those boards for 3 years now.
Yeah, I'm always a baseball scout.
Are you really? Yeah. Oh, which club?
Oh, Yankees, of course.
I'm a big Yankees fan. If I'm in town, could you give me some tickets?
Absolutely.
Now,
Just
what
look
would
me
you
up.
do if people start spitting Yankees in the form system?
I don't know anything. I'm nobody.
See, Google's killed what you can be.
That's
and
right.
what you.
There's no doubt.
I told you my buddy was Eric Zier for a night, and that wouldn't have worked. That was in '95. That wouldn't have worked now.
And would you even want to be Eric Zier anymore?
I don't even know where is Eric
He's
Zier
a
now?
banker in Atlanta, I think, and still does the radio for them.
Does he?
Yeah.
He's on the Georgia broadcast?
Yeah, he's the analyst.
Boy, those things are not as as significant as they used to be sometimes.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
If Zier can do it, Zier was a great quarterback, great college quarterback.
Yeah, he's one of the ones, like, 2 quarterbacks from that era of SEC football that I really thought would be great pros that were Shane Matthews and Eric Zier.
I didn't know about Shane Matthews. I thought Zier would be.
I saw Shane Matthews, and I think
very good.
Well, I think it was because we weren't used to that style of football in the Southeastern Conference. And when Spurrier came in and started throwing it all over the field, Shane Matthews looked like one of the best quarterbacks I'd ever seen in the SEC.
But don't you think we're sort of lucky that we live in a state that still values the radio broadcast more than others? What?
You tried to save it because Chris Stewart's watching, or Andy Bertram's watching, or
John Parker
JP's
Wilson,
watching.
yeah.
or-
Man, how pedestrian were Zier's stats when you look back, though?
I know, but boy,
Like-
he looked like a pro.
He did, but completion percentage first year, 55%, 7 touchdowns. Second year, 58%, 12 touchdowns.
Different game back then.
Yeah, third year, 63%, 24 touchdowns. And fourth year, under 60%, 59%, 24 touchdowns.
And you know what's crazy? Back then, we used to use stats from somebody in the 80s, and we're like, oh, different game back then.
That's right, different game. They barely threw it back in the 80s.
And by the way, it is a different game now. So much so that the NFL doesn't value running backs. Jonathan Taylor has asked for a trade from the Indianapolis Colts. Everybody in the AFC East is considered to be in the mix. If you don't get Dalvin Cook, maybe you get Jonathan Taylor. And there is also the Colts who are now trying to spin that he has a back issue, and they may put him on a non-football injury list, which would prevent them from paying him.
Yeah, you know who reports he doesn't have a back issue?
He does.
Jonathan Taylor
That's right.
himself. He said it on Twitter last night.
Well, everybody on the inside said that the very awkward meeting on Jim Irsay's bus yesterday between Jonathan Taylor and the Colts owner, they had like an hour where they aired things out, and then Irsay basically said it was a privilege to be a Colt, said a bunch of things he shouldn't have said. We've heard owners say that, but a weird week in the NFL with Sean Payton's comments, then a crackback from Aaron Rodgers, then Jim Irsay.
If you missed that, Aaron Rodgers said in a long comment to the NFL Network on Saturday, he said he needs to keep my coach's name out of his mouth.
Yeah, I wondered, you do not like Aaron Rodgers, but I wondered that part of that interview, if it made you...
I said
you liked
this
his response there.
last week or the week before. He's doing, whoever his PR is now, he's saying and doing all the right things for the Jets.
Yeah. Now, look, Aaron Rodgers had a history with Nathaniel Hackett, obviously. He coached him as a quarterback's coach at Green Bay. So he's not just some random coach he's talking about there.
Yeah.
It's a guy he's got a history with.
But you guys agree or disagree that you can like Aaron Rodgers or dislike Aaron Rodgers, but it's a different Aaron Rodgers right now.
It does feel that way. And I've never disliked him near as much as you do, but it does feel like he's a little bit different in New York.
Yeah, because, for whatever reason, he's in a new situation. He didn't like the coach. He didn't like the general manager. He didn't like when they drafted Jordan Love. There was a lot of reason to be disgruntled at work from his point of view at Green Bay. He's got all that away, and he's back with Nathaniel Hackett, who is a guy who he calls, quote, my favorite coach in my NFL career.
Yeah.
Well, he won 2 MVPs under him. And look, that Jet team is going to be good. And I don't have a problem in our draft that we do taking the Jets and pulling for Aaron Rodgers this year because I think they're going to be legitimate as long as he can stay healthy. I mean, it would be so typical Jets that everything comes together. They're 6-1, and he goes down with an injury, and then the Jets implode.
Yeah. So the camps are rolling there in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers is going to pull a Will Smith and slap Sean Payton next time, probably. They got that big game coming up. What is it? Week 4 or week 5?
Week 4.
Week 4, right there, and that just only amps it up when you say he needs to keep my coach's name out of his mouth. Sean Payton, though, as you would imagine, the end of last week and into the weekend, reeling back his comments, saying I shouldn't have made those comments. I probably still had my Fox hat on when I made those comments. He was an analyst last year. He sort of is trying to pull back what he said.
Just own it. I mean, going into that interview, he knew what he was going to say.
Yeah, and I at least appreciate the fact he didn't use the misquoted, quoted out of context, thought I was off the record. He owned it at least. I mean, I know you're saying, back it up. At least he didn't make it sound like the reporter took it out of context, which is what I thought he would do.
One more NFL note, and then my crazy newsletter that I get in the morning stat of the day right after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution, right there in Crestline Village. Remember, every Wednesday night we do Odie's Team Trivia, but just get in there for a great lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis has been doing it for more than 3 decades. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches and salads, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Get in and see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so Sony Michel is going to retire after 5 years. That from Sean McVay. 2 Super Bowl rings was a big part of the Patriots, and then with the Rams in 2021. So he's got 2 Super Bowl rings in 5 years. He has made $11.5 million in his NFL career. I looked it up. His net worth is just over $5 million, and he's shutting it down.
He's a running back.
Yeah, this is interesting because I would at least try to play one more year out because you obviously only get so many of these. And it says $5 million. I mean, tax-wise, that doesn't even work with his career earnings. So I wonder if he's really even got $5 million. You'll see him turn up somewhere.
This is probably a dumb question to ask, but have we seen...
You turn up somewhere like you think he plays again?
No. I'm talking like, NFL Network.
Okay.
Yeah,
somewhere
you
like
think
that.
he's got another gig like that. Yeah. This is probably a question we'll look back on and show 1,500 and say, boy, Brown, that was a dumb question. But, I mean, do you think we've seen the last great running back in the NFL? I mean, great. I'm not talking about like he's good for his time. I'm talking about where when we start listing great players, this guy gets thrown in there.
I think traditional running backs. Derrick Henry's a traditional running back.
He is, but
he's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
Derrick Henry's a
yeah,
Hall
I mean,
of Famer.
I think he gets in, but I don't think it's a lock by any stretch of the
I'm
imagination.
fascinated to see Bijan Robinson with Forster's Falcons.
He's getting good praise, and there are random guys like Devin A. Chain's getting good praise out of Miami. I mean, there are some random guys, but I don't think
you're just not going to have the longevity anymore.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think we're ever going to have any more Jim Browns.
And the
Walter Payton.
The respect for these guys is gone.
Jim Brown wasn't a decade, though. I think he only played 9 seasons.
Yeah.
Check me on that.
Well, I think you're right about that. He left the game early, but he is still considered among the greats of NFL history.
So it's what you do with your time, right?
Right.
I mean, 9 seasons is a lot now.
Yeah. If you got 9 great seasons, what did All Day do?
Adrian Peterson, he played a much longer career.
Yeah, I mean,
he
he was
needed
like
the money.
18 years.
Yeah.
And
but he stayed in shape, too.
He did. I don't think any of these guys are leaving because they're out of shape. They're just getting priced out of the market right now. And I don't know if the NFL can do anything about mandating, you've got to pay the running backs this amount of money.
I don't think you can.
Well, right after they showed all the practices yesterday, I watched some of the Dolphins practice on the NFL Network, and I tried to give Lance a heads up of the Rams, but I was late. They had just finished. But Maurice Jones-Drew was on set. In the studio show that came on afterwards, and they talked about this, and they're like, man, your position just doesn't get valued anymore. And this is on the NFL Network, and he's like, I don't know what to do about it. He's like, I want to talk to these guys and tell them you got to get more money, but how do they get more money? The teams don't value them anymore.
Don't think you can.
That's what MJD was saying. Yeah.
You can't. There's no way unless it's mandated a minimum salary for a certain number of years in the league, there's nothing you can do. And at that point, you're going to have to do that for every position.
Yeah, why do you just do that for running backs and not for left tackle?
Yeah.
Or right guard, I mean, if I'm a right guard, I'm just as important. If I don't block that, running back can't run.
But we've changed the rules to where the position is not as important as it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, but who would have thought Josh Jacobs would lead the NFL in rushing last year? And then you get guys that they come onto the scene, you don't realize that they're going to be as good as they are. I mean, guys like Christian McCaffrey, you figure they're just going to be really good. But Miles Sanders, what he did last year for the Eagles, I mean, it's random dudes that just pop up.
How many people went over 1,000 yards rushing? I mean, and again, 1,000-yard rushing.
16.
Last year? 17 games, right? So that's not even 100 yards a game, 1,000 yards rushing. We had 16 guys go over 1,000 yards.
All running backs, one quarterback.
Back in the day, that was a big deal, right?
Oh, huge deal.
1,000-yard rusher.
I think now 1,500 yards should be a big deal.
Oh, no.
Let's see how many did that. 3 did over 1,500 yards.
Yeah.
Chubb, Henry, and Jacobs.
Which, I mean, you've randomly had guys chasing 2,000 rush yards in a season.
That's right, which is the record.
Yeah, which I don't think you'll.
2003, I guess, is the record.
I don't know how you'll ever see that again, really. The way the game's played now. I just don't know that you'll ever see a guy chase 2,000 yards again.
That's what I'm saying. We throw it now. It's not even a value position because you don't need them.
Right. And a lot of times, if they're really good, you're just throwing to them a lot. You're not even handing it to them as much.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I mean, I look at that and I wonder if we've really seen the last great running back play the game. I mean, I don't know that any.
I think it's a fair, legit question. Isaiah Pacheco, the kid that came in he was a 7th-round guy out of Rutgers.
Yeah.
And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who we thought was going to have this incredible career, it doesn't matter.
He's just shuffled out.
Plug and play.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Here we go. Crazy stat of the day from this is the 1440 newsletter today. There's a hotline in New York City. It's been around for a while. It's 311. If you've got a rat problem, you see rats or anything, you call 311, not 911. 311.
Okay.
$3.5 million was spent last year and just in Harlem alone. It's been going on since the beginning of time in big cities like New York. The battle against rats.
Are you about to tell us a number?
We apparently are maybe winning the rat race in New York. They report 20% down the number of rats infested in New York City.
How do they do this?
There's 8.5 million people in New York City proper.
I don't know the number, but I would say there are more rats than there are people.
A lot more rats.
You know who's got experience on our staff with this is our boy Forrester back there, because Scotty, Scott worked for the David Letterman show for a little bit, and you told me one time you saw the biggest rat you'd ever seen under the desk one night.
Under the desk?
Well, they had me stand in for Dave and do a bit on the show where we had rats crawl over my feet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's under Letterman's desk, by the way.
I mean, I would say it's 10 times rat to person. I bet there's 80 million rats plus in New York City.
And they say it's down 20%. And they started listing different mayors, how much they had, from their budget they had spent on rats and different ways to battle the infestation and everything. 32 million here,
Current population is about 2 million.
Of rats?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that right now.
I don't know how they do a census on rats.
2014. Why? I don't know if it's better or worse now.
Down 20% according to the calls to the 311 hotline.
I will never live in a city where you even count the rats. I don't care what the count is. Like if they're like, we got such a problem, we need to count them, I am out.
NBC did a thing on the rattiest cities in America. New York City's not number one.
That's got to be.
Oh, who's number one?
It's going to be one of those dumb ones. It's going to be like Bangor, Maine.
Here it is. L.A. looks like they're 3. New York was 2. I'm looking.
Well, that only leaves Chicago as big cities.
It is Chicago.
Forrester says 90% of the rats are in the subway stations.
Ugh. That is a disgusting animal. You rather have a snake in a sleeping bag with you or a rat?
Snake. 100% snake.
Depends on the snake, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, they chatty like this.
Okay, what about a rabid rat or a cottonmouth?
I'd just not sleep.
That's some shitty options.
I want to stand in the back. A+ is the best option, though. They've changed the bathroom for both of these guys.
No rats.
And when we come back, we will continue our college football conversation with our 4 downs today. Later in the show, LT has got a greater than or less than. It's something we've done on the show for years and years. We'll do that to celebrate 500 shows today. A+ has made these guys really fired up about their bathrooms.
Well, yeah, listen, so when my wife and I bought our house back in 2015, it's been a minute, one of the first things we said is we're not crazy about the bathroom. Now, Scott is showing you some before photos, and you look at that, and you may like it. We just didn't. It was so white and a little dated, in our opinion. We wanted a little bit of a darker theme, and we said, okay, we're going to redo the bathroom. But you know what you do? You kick the can down the road, you spend that money elsewhere. And we look up, and here we are 8 years later, and we haven't done anything about it. So my wife scoured the internet. She talked to contractors, people that use certain contractors, and she picked Brad Bell, A+ Towel Home Remodeling. I am so glad She did. He did amazing work for us. And we gave him our vision, and that's the vision that he put in our master bath, and it is so much better. Lance has done the same thing. When Scott shows you Lance's before and afters, you'll notice it's the exact opposite for him. He went from a darker bathroom to a lighter bathroom. Just shows you Brad's not going to sell you on his vision. He wants your vision, and he'll make it work, and that's what he did for us. Here is his number. Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, Master Bath and Kitchens. He does them both. When you go to sell your home, that is where you're going to make your money back. Master Bath and Kitchen. 205-422-1758. If you miss any of this, reach out to me. I will definitely help you get in touch. Lance will too, with Brad. We love Brad. He's done great work for us. 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. 205-422-1758.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinnoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Our friends at Slice bring us our 4 downs today, Slice Pizza. We had a couple of listeners that made it into Slice for the first time, and they sent us great messages on social media about just the best pizza that they'd ever tried. And we appreciate you guys sending those to us, whether it's any of our sponsors, but including Slice.
Yeah, so Jason Majai, I reached out to him yesterday. I sent him that clip, and he said, that's awesome. I'm going to share it with the staff. And I told him we've got a Mexican pizza ready to go.
Oh, yeah?
And he said, you can name it whatever you want.
Oh, let's have fun with this then.
Did you ever mention to him the one that I enjoyed out in Arizona at Sedona? The fig jam and goat cheese.
I did not. I was going to tell you what was going to be on this one,
pizza.
Yes, really.
Yeah, the gated community
So
pizza.
we're going to go Mexican pizza for the show, but we need a next round related name so when people order it.
So white fresco queso is the base sauce.
For what?
For the Mexican pizza.
Okay. Is that the way they do it at Taco Bell?
No, this is the chef we had.
Oh.
Remember Beck?
Yeah.
She's going to help us out.
So she's building this thing?
Yeah.
Right.
Fire roasted red pepper, green pepper, summer corn, onion, henna garlic butter, sliced chicken thigh, spiced up with some grass-fed butter or olive oil, smoked paprika, garlic, salt, pepper, and honey.
Okay, I'm going to want to try this before I put my name on it.
Said best sweet and smoky chicken, and honey is the key. I think it'll be delicious, but we got to come up with a name.
I do want to try it.
How about, just off the top of my head, Border Patrol.
But it doesn't have next round in it. We got to get the.
Oh,
now will he on the menu?
I didn't know we needed next round.
Will he on the menu say, if we call it the Border Patrol, which I like, will he say inspired by our friends at nextroundlive.com or
I
the
bet we
next
could do
round?
that.
Yeah, I'm fine with coming up with a non-next round name if he'll put on the menu that it's inspired by us. Because I was going to say
the wall jumper.
We're getting a little controversial now.
Well, you called it the Border Patrol.
No, but I think the wall jumper, it shows you like you want that damn pizza. I'll jump a wall for it.
I mean, Border Patrol, though, Brown, could be a nickname.
Where'd you jump that wall for? Pizza. Okay.
Okay. Pizza.
Right. Keep moving, sir.
I'm just saying Border Patrol would be a great name for a defensive secondary unit. You know, you have those old posters you used to have,
true.
you know.
Yep.
Border Patrol.
Yeah.
That's what UTEP ought to go with.
They're not good enough on defense. I was going to say El Next Roundo. You don't like that one?
What's the one credit you didn't pass?
Spanish. That came up at lunch yesterday. A friend of mine's son was shocked I didn't have a college degree, and we got into that discussion again.
Yeah, I could see that.
So tired of that.
But we'll take suggestions.
Tell us about Slice, though, all the other pizzas.
4 great locations coming soon. That Mexican pizza, you guys are going to absolutely love it. But the Hot Mama, the Soul Pie, the Wing and a Prayer, the Bajaya Special. Again, Jeff Bajaya, the late Jeff Bajaya, just a great dude, created this concept. His brothers, Jason and Chris, continue the legacy. 4 great locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Okay, I got it on my phone, so you guys just give me 1 sec, and I will pull this. Here we go. Let's go with more total touchdowns. My God, I got so much.
Walter, the Mex round. MEX, the Mex round.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's not bad. Yeah, I like that one.
More total touchdowns, Jared Goff or J.J. McCarthy?
I think, still Michigan, even though they're going to be good, they're still going to run that controlled offense, and I think Detroit's offense is going to ball out, so I'll go Jared Goff.
I will, too. In fact, some are projecting the Lions. I don't believe it, but some are projecting the Lions have the best offense in the NFC and maybe the NFL. I don't believe it, but I still would go Goff.
But I think they're in the running, Jim.
But Goff hasn't had great years back to back. And I'm really interested to see with the pressure on him now. Under the radar in Detroit, year 1 was really good, obviously, for Goff. For year 2.
They do have Hendon Hooker in the wings.
I'd
like to see him in the NFL. I'd like to see what he could do.
I think J.J. McCarthy's 30-plus this year. I think I would go J.J.
They run so heavy with Corum, especially, when he gets kind of conservative down in the red zone. I think I'd go Jared Goff here.
Second down.
More rushing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs or Blake Corum?
Again, we're talking NFL. I think Gibbs are going to throw to a lot more, so I'd go Blake Corum here.
I would too, but you also have the Edwards kid there at Michigan, which is going to split it up. We've already got a stake on Corum that I'm probably on the wrong side of. But I just think I would go Michigan at college rushing yards as opposed to NFL rushing yards, which, I mean, if you rush for 70 yards in an NFL game nowadays, that's a good outing.
I think Corum.
And I think they'll throw a lot to Gibbs, too. They've shown that early.
I think Donovan Edwards and Blake Corum go 1,000+.
Like, if you watched Alabama play this year, why would you not throw it to Gibbs? Did you see how good he was in space when Alabama got him the ball out in space like that?
Yeah,
the NFL's a different game, I know.
Only one mishandled catch.
Oh, if he had caught that ball, Alabama beats Tennessee. You're right.
Third down.
Wesley Snipes, 61 years old. If I asked you your favorite Wesley Snipes film, dude was racking them out back in the
I know it.
late 80s
White
and 90s.
Men Can't Jump. I got it right, though, didn't I?
Yep,
you did? Yeah, you got a Wesley Snipes movie. I thought he was badly miscast.
Well, he's been in some terrible movies. Terrible. But I would go New Jack City. Still a guilty pleasure. I saw it again a couple of weeks ago.
I thought it was badly miscast, but he was in the second Fugitive.
Yeah,
Do you remember
U.S.
that?
Marshals.
Yeah, U.S. Marshals. That was the name of it.
Yep.
You're right. I was trying to think of the name. I knew it wasn't Fugitive.
And he was
too.
framed.
Yeah, I didn't think he was very well cast there, but
I thought the casting was terrible in the whole thing because Robert Downey Jr. was the bad guy.
yeah.
He did-
You thought he was the good guy playing bad guy?
He had Rising Sun with Sean Connery. You
Yeah,
remember
I
that?
went
Yeah.
and saw it at the theater. I just didn't think it was that good.
No.
People are saying Blade. I haven't seen Blade.
Major League is probably most people's answer.
He
yeah.
was Willie Mays Hayes,
Yep.
wasn't he?
Yep.
You may hit like Mays. Oh, you may run like Mays, but you hit like shit.
Have you seen Blade?
No, I have not seen Blade. I know there's like 4 of them, and now I had
Yeah, I kind of want
Passenger
to see it.
57.
Passenger 57. I saw that one at the theater too. It was awful.
The Fan is underrated, said Brooks.
Oh, I did not like the Fan.
That's the one where
He's basically Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
And his teammate Benicio del Toro gets his number cut off his back from Robert De Niro. Such a bad movie. I'll never forget. So Ron Shelton is funny. He directed White Man Can't Jump, and he also directed The Fan. And I heard an interview with John Kruk, and John Kruk said, Ron Shelton told me he wants me to foul a ball off into this section. He was like, I told him he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Like, I can't just foul a ball off into this section.
But if I could do that.
Yeah. I thought that was funny.
That is funny.
4th down.
So J.K. Rowling is 58 years old today. Better career, J.K. Rowling or Steven Tyler from Aerosmith?
J.K. Rowling. Dude, Harry Potter's like
I think I'm
massive.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
with the rock
money. I mean, you're talking just money.
Let's talk about
just the effect
Can
on
you
it.
make the argument that Aerosmith is the best American band in history?
Yes, but if you drop somebody in Denmark and say this is Steven Tyler, they'd know J.K. Rowling before they knew
Okay,
Steven
now
Tyler.
that's just popularity. I mean,
Well, yeah,
is
but we
it
don't know-
money,
You
popularity?
always
What-
change it when you talk about wealth too. It's
Yeah.
just what are you talking about?
I don't know.
Hand
That's,
size,
that's
fingernail
what
length?
that's what makes it. Most scarf collection.
Yeah,
I mean, for me
Harry Potter's
personally,
pretty big.
For me personally, it's Steven Tyler because I don't give a damn about Harry Potter.
That's right. But I will say, how many of those books has she released? And every one of them has sold billions of copies. And then all those movies have made tons of money.
I think Steven Tyler might have more money than her.
I would doubt
Absolutely
that.
not.
Very, very much
Absolutely
doubt that.
not.
I think it's close.
No, there's no way it's even close.
Steven Tyler's net worth.
He's got to split it between 5 guys too.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you dialed that
150
back
million.
quick, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
her
thought he
net
had more.
worth.
I thought he was making like $20 million a year on American Idol.
Just catch a JK and see if it's 1 billion.
It is 1 billion. Yeah, it ain't even close. I knew that from the jump right there now.
Yeah, but I would have thought that he would have been 500 million plus.
Like in
Dude's worth less than a lady.
And Tripp's right. I mean, a 50-year run, and the relevance, really, they haven't lost it. I don't know if they were in Atlanta tonight, I would go.
Yeah. She became a billionaire just off the books she wrote, says Chris H.
Yeah, she killed it.
Yeah.
By the way,
Drew says she was a billionaire and has already given a bunch of it away.
I will say Aerosmith's got the better of the two roller coasters. Rock and Roller Coaster is a good ride.
That's the one that goes straight up, right?
It's dark. I don't know.
I think at the Revolution arcade game where you're hitting aliens with CDs. I remember that at Tilt in Brookwood Mall.
I like Rock and Roller Coaster though.
That's 0 to 60 and like that, right? It shoots you out to start with, right?
Yeah, yep. You're like in your cars. You're in a car.
So I know Lunsford has read all the Harry Potter books. Anybody else in it? Tyler, I bet.
I have not.
I read 3 of them and I just couldn't stand it.
I like how that was insulting. Like, I know Lunsford read a
No, it
book.
wasn't insulting. I know that you've read the Harry Potter books.
Yeah.
I think Tyler probably has. Forrester probably not.
My youngest is reading them. She likes the movies and she enjoyed the time at Universal seeing all the Harry Potter stuff. Yeah.
Good for the kids, Steven Tyler. Good for the adults for 50 years. That's 4 Downs brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Again, 4 great locations coming soon. The Mexican pizza, compliments of the next round. Make sure you get in, though, for lunch or dinner. Don't forget about the carryout special, $75, 12 fire-baked wings, 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of salad. That's available 7 days a week. Go online, slicebirmingham.com for more information.
And also by our friends at Moore's Marinade. Brownie, tell us about them as we reach the top of the hour here.
Jimmy Dunaway Moore's Marinade is your go-to marinade for those summer cookouts that are still going on right now, but it is also your secret sauce for wings. Buffalo wing sauce. There from Moore's adds perfectly tangy flavor that will keep you licking your fingers even after the wings are gone. Just dip in it, drizzle it, slather Moore's buffalo wing sauce on everything you eat. Chicken fingers, burgers, sandwiches, pizza, pasta, tacos, fries. and more, and you will see why grill masters prefer Moore's marinades and wing sauces. You can see more at mooresmarinades.com. That is mooresmarinades.com. Get recipe ideas and grilling inspiration at mooresmarinades.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, this hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check out everything with Champy's right there at champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. Sterling and the crew down there. You see the picture, all the great food, including the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales with our friends at Champy's. champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. This is our 500th show. You'll notice the icon up in the corner there. Lunchford's going to let me know when Brownie's full video of his trip to Testicle Festival is up on our platforms. He paid off his bracket challenge loss, a historic number. How many is that now for you, 11?
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I was asked to recount them, and I couldn't even remember them all.
We do need a list of all the payoffs over the years.
I've done two. I know mine, the Flash and the trip out west with Leighton last year.
Yeah, I think I've done.
Which was my favorite
two.
moment on the show, by the way.
Was your trip with Leighton?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's always good when a penalty is one of your favorite moments on the show.
Just being honest.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think No, I think I paid off 3. I think I paid off 3 once when I was tied for first.
Okay, you dress like Fletch.
Right.
You did the comedy.
Club, and I can't remember the other one.
I don't either. I don't remember the other
So maybe
one.
only 2.
It could be just 2. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's been a lot of brown, but that video will be up soon on our platforms. Remember, like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up. We appreciate you guys so much on this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Rockstar, let's relive the biggest story of the day before we get to LT's 40 and 40. Excuse me, no, it's not 40 and 40. What is it? It's greater than, less than. He's going to do for us in this segment. Greater than, less than to celebrate 500 shows. But let's go back to cut number 7. This was the big moment of the weekend, and I just want a quick reaction from you guys on just how important this was for Hugh Freeze and Auburn when they get 5-star wide receiver Perry Thompson to flip from Alabama.
The next 3 to 4 years, I'll be Auburn University.
And then they threw Hugh Freeze in the pool. Brownie, tell me, how important is this for Hugh Freeze?
Well, I think it's huge because he does not have a roster that can compete right now with the top level of the Southeastern Conference on a consistent basis. So he can only build that one way, and that is one recruit. I hate to sound like Jeremy Pruitt and Lance Thompson, but brick by brick, right? I mean, that is one recruit at a time is the only way you can do that. And he's starting to stack these guys. There's indications and speculation that he'll stack some more in the near future. But that's the only way they're going to get out of this hole is to recruit their way out, either through transfer portal or this. But you got to have both. You can't just do it only on transfer portal.
I've been saying this. Watch out for next year with Hugh Freeze. And you heard Luginbill, who is in the know when it comes to recruiting, watching film on these guys. When I asked him, and that really jumps out, bigger impact, Texas, Oklahoma in their first years or Auburn in Hugh's second year. And he said, I think I would go Auburn in the second year.
You can see that whole interview with Tom Luginbill, podcasted for you wherever you get your podcast, including at Spotify, Odyssey, iHeart, and a lot more, including our Next Round app. Don't forget to download that if you're an Apple subscriber. Before we do our greater than, less than to celebrate 500 shows, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing want to remind you that a free no-cost roof inspection is just one phone call away, 205-542-3531. Had so many new homeowners who thought they were going to have to replace their roof after an inspection. Greg gets out there, fixes a couple of things, and tells them you probably have 5-7 more years left in this roof. Big savings there, and sometimes he doesn't even charge you anything for that, knowing that when it's time to replace your roof, you'll come back and do business with Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. That number is 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau insurance companies. Trust him, he has the best warranties in the business, and you can look him up on Facebook as well. It is Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Greater than, less than. Maybe a little music in the background, Rockstar, a little beat.
Okay, here we go. And I was watching an interview when I pulled this one out. Cooper Kupp career receptions greater than or less than the career home runs of Eddie Murray.
All right, who had Cooper Kupp being part of greater than, less than today?
Cooper Kupp's the answer. It's got to be.
First question right out of the chute, a Rams player.
But the way I do this, though, is
who's your favorite athlete during our 500 shows? Is it Cooper Kupp?
Easy. That's the one he's mentioned the most.
Yeah, it probably is. I will tell you this, though, Rocky. What I do is Cooper Kupp was being interviewed on the NFL Network.
That was a good interview. I watched it.
So I went and I was like, you know what? I bet he's got close to 500 receptions.
And
this
Murray,
will start off 500
I'm
out.
going to say Eddie Murray's got 552 home runs.
So I knew that Eddie Murphy was going to be close too. So that's the number I pulled. So I would love Cooper Kupp to win this.
Eddie Murray, right?
Eddie Murray, 525 homers. I'm going to say Cooper's not quite to 500. I'll go Eddie Murray.
Who's got the most? Well, I'm going to say Eddie Murray too. Eddie didn't get to 600?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Cooper Kupp career receptions 508. Eddie Murray home runs 504.
Oh, so
wow.
that's how it works.
Cooper with
Kupp,
a W.
It was
greater
tight.
than.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick Cage ex-wives greater than or less than Larry Bird MVPs.
I'm going to say Larry Bird won 2 MVPs. I think Nick Cage probably has 4 X's. That's just ex-wives.
Well, Larry Bird was one of the best of all time, but he also had a magic problem. He then had a Michael Jordan problem.
I keep making people disappear. My apologies, everyone.
A little Kareem Abdul-Jabbar problem.
I will say this: one is less than I thought, and one is more than I thought.
I'm going to say Larry Bird is less than you thought, and Nick Cage is more than you thought. I'm going to go with Brown. Nick Cage 5-3.
Nick Cage actually less than I thought. Larry Bird more, but Nick Cage, ex-wives at 4 is greater than the 3 MVPs Bird won. I thought Bird was 2 as well. I didn't realize he was 3. Okay, Barry Manilow #1 hits greater than or less than DMX number of kids.
Well, I'm going to say DMX has got 6 kids. I don't think Barry Manilow had a whole lot of #1 hits. I'm going to say Manilow was probably 2 or 3.
I'm going to disagree with you. Barry Manilow came at a very bad time of music in America.
All right.
He really did.
I'm going to say Barry Manilow had 5 #1s. DMX has 4 kids. I'm going to say Barry Manilow greater than.
Barry Manilow's #1 hits 13.
Oh, my gosh. My bad, Barry Manilow.
Is less than the 15 kids that DMX has fathered.
A lot of mouths to feed right there.
Wow.
15.
He ain't worried about anymore. He's out.
Okay, I Write the Songs and Mandy are the only 2 Barry Manilow songs.
Copacabana?
Copacabana,
Yeah.
Can't Smile Without You, Somewhere Down the Road. I Write the Songs. Even Now, Weekend in New England, gross. Looks Like We Made It.
Looks like we made it.
Song,
It was just like
a
him.
song called Weekend in New England hit #1 at some point.
I don't even think it's his. Is that his song and somebody else has covered it?
I don't, I'm just looking. These are these top 10 Spotify plays.
My gosh.
Looks Like We Make It. I remember that. And I write the songs that make the whole world sing. Come on, you know the lyrics. I write the songs that makes.
There's a Copacabana long version.
Oh, yeah. Because when I heard the first one, I thought, this is just too short.
That.
Yeah.
Copacabana is the song that I decided back then. That's when I was going to invest in a cassette Walkman. That was it. I was like, this song's on the radio too much. Cassette Walkman.
I'll never forget early on in the American Idol days. And one of the great things about that show was Simon Cowell and just how candid he was, and he cut people up. This big dude did Copacabana, and it might be the worst he's ever hazed anybody on that show. I mean, crushed the guy.
I can't stand that song.
Okay, here we go. Average salary of a gravedigger, greater than or less than Vestavia's population.
I'm going to say Vestavia
If you listen to us out of state, that's a local borough here.
Local borough here in the city of Birmingham.
It's that Jason Isbell song, too, isn't it?
Vestavia?
His
or
song called
Gravedigger?
Vestavia Hills.
I didn't know that. I'm going to say Vestavia Hills, 28,000 residents. I'm going to say a gravedigger makes 35,000 on average.
A year? You get paid by the year in that?
Was gravedigger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How else would
This
they
is
pay you?
this is their average. I mean, I don't know
By the job.
They probably do get paid by the job, but this is the average salary.
I think it's going to surprise you more that I think it costs a lot of money to dig that grave.
Do you know?
I'm going to say, in fact, I'm going to say, because when they dig it, they put the vault in there and everything. I think it's going to be $3,000 a job.
Woo!
For the gravedigger. I think gravedigger is greater than.
Okay, do you think gravediggers get a bad reputation as like taking jewelry and stuff?
Oh, probably so, yeah.
Or you think that's legitimate?
No, I think it happens. I mean, everybody's got bad people in their profession. I think it happens.
it could happen, but
Well, I mean, I've heard of EMTs taking watch off somebody's.
You never know.
yeah, I'm not gonna blame it on the gravediggers. I'm gonna point right at the mortician.
Ooh.
Because the
Starts
last person that shuts that coffin isn't the gravedigger.
But why would you want to be buried with any of that stuff?
Well, some people just.
I'm
like
just saying you would rather hand it down, right?
I think there's some people who believe that when you get to heaven, that's the body you're going to have. I don't believe that.
I don't either.
I think when I get to heaven, I'm finally going to have my dreams.
Thank God they give me my PlayStation controller.
If God asks you, do you want swimmers or you want soccer? What are you going with?
Yeah, which one are you picking?
I always figure I'm going to be able to swim in heaven. I can't swim on earth, but I'm going to be able to swim in heaven. I'm going to be up there going.
Just a backstroke, the heavenly backstroke.
Okay, so the average salary of a gravedigger at $48,000 is greater than Vestavia's population of 38,801 residents.
I was low on that one too.
Okay, LeBron James.
Reed needs to build bigger gates in Vestavia. That population's going up.
What LeBron James makes per game minute, greater than or less than the population of Selma?
I'm going to say Selma at 18,000. I really don't even know how to estimate LeBron. I'd say LeBron.
I'm going to say Selma's a little bigger, 22,000, but LeBron makes way more than that per minute of action.
LeBron makes $11,300 per game minute on average. That is less than the 17,625 residents of Selma.
Bigger than I thought.
I really thought...
I've spoken to the quarterback club.
I really thought LeBron made more per minute than that.
2023 shark attack fatalities, greater than or less than Michael Jordan MVPs.
Worldwide or U.S.?
Worldwide.
Well, I think we're on an uptick on shark fatalities this year, Jim, or at least attacks. I don't know about fatalities.
Fatalities, it skews this in a different direction. What's the other side of this?
Jordan MVPs. I'm going to say Jordan, I'm going to say had 5. Fatalities are normally lower than you think, but apparently the Sharks are eating cocaine is what I'm told. So I'm going to say shark attacks.
I think it was 6-time MVP, and you got me on fatalities. I'm going to say we've not had a fatality this year.
The 2023 shark attack fatalities is at 7 right now.
7.
That is greater than the 5 Michael Jordan
it's
MVPs.
because the Sharks are eating the cocaine bundles. That's what I'm told.
Yeah, see, Pritchard's with me, usually 0 shark killings.
Not this year.
Oh, there's been 100 and
they're coked up.
38 unprovoked attacks.
Yeah, you start eating cocaine
I don't
and you
know
see what
what
happens.
a provoked attack is. I've never seen those
Oh, you
really
little bastard, come here.
But I mean, yeah, they're really, really aggressive. There's a new documentary on HBO. I shut it down halfway through, but it's called One Bite or something, and it's a documentary on how Martha's Vineyard has got so many white sharks there now.
Is Nantucket, Martha Vineyard, is that the same place?
I think it's close.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same place, but they are nearby.
They're nearby. Okay.
Same part of the country.
Okay, Barry Bonds.
T and I had a friend that was vacationing in Nantucket this weekend.
Yeah.
And
I remember what Andrew Dice Clay said about that place.
Nantucket?
Yeah.
Refresh my memory.
I once knew a woman from Nantucket.
I once knew a woman from Nantucket.
Okay, Barry Bonds MVPs, greater than or less than Jack Nicholson Academy Award wins.
I'm going to say Nicholson has 7 Academy Award wins. And what was my other one?
Barry Bonds MVPs.
Barry Bonds won 2 MVPs.
Those are both really good numbers.
Thank you, Jim. Both of them are numbers.
I'm going to say 5 for Nicholson, 2 with Bonds. I'm still going Nicholson.
Boy, we discredit Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds, 7 MVPs.
Oh.
Best baseball player I've ever seen, and I didn't like him, is greater than the 3 Academy Award wins for Jack Nicholson. He was nominated 12 times, though, as an actor, which is
Did
pretty
he
crazy.
win with that one where he,
As good as it
Greg
gets?
Kinnear ended up
Yeah.
painting the girl in the
As
bathtub?
good as it gets,
Damn,
yeah.
I was going to say something.
So he
like-
won for that?
Yeah.
Good for
He
him.
did.
I mean, was he even the most important role in that movie?
I mean, it was really about his quirks, yeah.
Okay.
Him or Helen Hunt.
I'm going to do something here. As Lance goes to page 2, do we need a commercial, Jim?
Yeah. Let's tell you about our friends at Bromberg's, who's bringing you part of this greater than less than on our 500th show.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialists out there. Look, if you're thinking about popping the question, you got to go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can always shop online, I should say, at brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Okay, Tim Allen, total time by months in federal prison. He got busted for trafficking cocaine back in the day.
That is correct, yep.
Greater than or less than the average life expectancy of a spider monkey.
I'm going to say 48 months in prison, and the spider monkey lives less than that.
48 months is a long time.
Well, that's trafficking coke.
First offense?
It's 4 years.
I think it was his first offense.
Well, you ought to see his mugshot.
He's got a mustache.
I'm going to say 24 months, and I'm going to say the spider monkey lives to be 25.
Wow. Tim Allen, total time by months in federal prison, 28, is greater than the average life expectancy of a spider monkey at 25.
Yeah.
Peg that, though. Average temperature in July in Calgary, greater than or less than the age of Dusty Baker.
82 for Calgary, 84 for Dusty.
81.
I'm going to go Dusty's older.
Calgary's pretty north, fellas.
It is pretty north.
81, the average temperature when? July?
In July, yeah.
July. 81 degrees in Calgary, and I'm going to say Dusty Baker's 79.
The average temp in July in Calgary, 75 degrees, is greater than the age of Dusty Baker, 74. He's an old 74.
Oh, boy,
isn't
he is an old 74.
The
He's
gloves are
managed
off,
everybody.
though. I don't know if you've noticed. He doesn't wear the gloves anymore.
Oh, he doesn't wear the barbecue like he's running a pit boss?
Yeah. The last Astro games I watched, he did not have the gloves on.
Yeah, I got 4 more. Here we go.
All right.
No rush.
Number of worldwide Sonic locations greater than or less than the career hits of Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn career hits was a lot, but
Got to be over 3,000, right?
Yeah. Boy, I would be stunned that there are that many Sonics. I'll go Tony Gwynn.
Now, they did just stick a Sonic in the neighborhood.
Well, there's one.
Yeah. But
Let's count from there.
3,000. I'm going to say Tony Gwynn hits.
Okay, number of worldwide Sonic locations, 3,540. 3,245 is
That's a
greater
lot.
than the 3,141 hits from Tony Gwynn.
That's insane. That's a lot of chili dogs.
Route 44 drinks.
Okay, Dick Cheney, number of heart attacks. Greater than or less than Joe Montana Super Bowl MVPs?
Super Bowl. He wasn't MVP in all of them.
I think he won 3, though, Dunaway. Now, I'm going to say Dick Cheney's had 4 heart attacks.
I'm going to say 5 heart attacks, and the max that Montana could win is 4. So I'm going to say Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney, number of heart attacks, 5, greater than the 3 Super Bowl MVPs from Joe Montana.
5 heart attacks?
Yep.
Yeah.
And wasn't he 1 heartbeat away from being president at one point?
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Yep.
He was.
Which meant somebody was 2 heartbeats away from being president.
Speaker of the House.
Okay, Fidel Castro assassination attempts, greater than or less than Bill Self career wins.
Oh, dude.
By the way, Castro the most most
whoa.
assassinated attempts in history.
I mean, Bill Self has to have 700 basketball wins.
You guys can be blown away when you hear this.
But we used to, I mean, in the 60s, that was sort of the American pastime, was trying to kill Castro.
Right. Even our government got involved.
Yeah. I mean, we were trying to kill him.
We were hiring the mob.
Some of the Cubans were trying to kill him.
I am going to go Bill Self win still. I mean, Bill Self's, if he's not above 600, I'll be stunned.
Yeah. I'd say this doesn't make the sheet unless it's Castro.
Fidel Castro assassination attempts, 638. That is less than the 787 career wins for Bill Self.
Do you think Castro, though, he might have over-exaggerated this just for, makes him look more important?
Maybe.
What I think happens in a country like Cuba used to be, Cuba, as I like to call them,
Yeah.
Cuba.
Is that what you like?
Is that when you have a dictator, they can, if they don't like, say, Lance, they can bring him in front of people and saying, "This guy tried to kill me."
That's right, off with his head.
Yeah, and then they kill you for trying to assassinate the leader.
Well, they wasn't close
rules.
number 2. My go-to was public person with most assassination attempts. And it wasn't even close.
So I think at some point you just quit counting them. That's why I doubt the number for Castro. Like once I got over, say, 40 or 50 assassination attempts, I just assumed this is going to happen all the time. I'm not going to count.
Okay, these final question. These numbers aren't accurate. Okay. Confirmed kills for Jeffrey Dahmer greater than or less than L.A. Laker NBA championships.
I think the Lakers have won. I think it's 16. I'll say Dahmer is more than that.
I had him in my head at 12, but that may be low.
I could be high.
But I for some reason 18 for Dahmer sticks out.
17 confirmed kills for Jeffrey Dahmer is slightly better than the 16 championships the LA Lakers.
Yeah, there you go.
That is greater than, less than, to celebrate our 500 show. The first question was 500 was sort of that magical number. I was going to see how we kept 500 in it.
No, we did.
Luckily, we did not.
Yes.
But that's greater than, less than right there. We appreciate Lance putting that together in honor of our 500th show, being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, who also brings you best and worst of the weekend.
Yeah, and right now, Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. It's hard to stop a train. Call them now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Atlanta is on a 3-game win streak. They've got the Angels in town, 6:20 tonight, minus 235, the betting favorite there at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag, lanceslock.com to go get all your plays there. Let us know if you're going over to see Ohtani while he's in town over in Atlanta. If you're a viewer of the show in the state of Georgia or anywhere else in the SEC, if you're driving to Atlanta to see Ohtani, let us know in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'll do trash coming up after we hit the headlines on the other side right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Back with you on The Next Round. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. I'll give you an update on our 40 and 40 countdown in just a second. Wayne's, we've been celebrating all year long, all of 2023, their 50-year anniversary. We appreciate them being a part of the show for 500 shows. They were with us day one, and we hope to be with them forever. Call Waynes.com, callwaynes.com, the website, or 866-WAYNES1. Use the promo code TNR and save $50 or stack them $100, $150 with our promo code TNR on everything Wayne's has to offer as a big celebration of their 50-year anniversary. Pest control, termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services. You can save on all of those with our promo code TNR. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. It's a discount for new or existing customers. Either way, if you're a Wayne's customer or want to become a Wayne's customer, you can jump in there with the promo code TNR and save on pest control, termite protection, lawn care, mosquito services. It's TNR at callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. We unveiled Michigan at number 2. So here's our finished top 25 before the AP poll comes out in a few days. Tyler pulls that up. That's our top 25 teams. Georgia will be number 1 tomorrow when we unveil them. 56 of you, 67 voters, 56 of you put Georgia number 1. Number 2 is Michigan with 2 first-place votes. Ohio State got 3 first-place votes. Alabama got 4. LSU got 2, and that's the top 5. Clemson is 6. Penn State, USC, Florida State, Texas, Oregon, Tennessee, Utah, Washington, and Notre Dame round out the top 15. Kansas State, TCU, Oregon State, Ole Miss, North Carolina, Texas A&M, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Tulane, and Texas Tech. And I've said this throughout this, but I'm going to say it again. That is, I think, the perfect poll done by 67 folks. Most of them are you. And I don't know how much that'll look like the AP top 25.
I think we've got 23 of the 25.
Wow. That'd be pretty impressive.
Who do you think we have in that will not be in the AP poll?
I do not think Texas Tech is going to be tight I'll say Texas Tech and Ole Miss.
You don't think Ole Miss will be a top 25 team?
I do not.
I just think we did a really good job by everybody.
Oh, I agree.
So we'll unveil Georgia tomorrow, but thank you guys so much for being so quick and doing a really good job of, I know there's a lot of Alabama-Auburn bias sometimes when I try to divvy this out, but I try to find, fans who watch and listen to our show from other fan bases to sort of give us a little variety. And the fact that 56 people of the 67 voted Georgia number 1, I think that's a compliment to you guys.
When Little T sent out the tweet today for our 40 and 40 team, the first person I saw like it was Matt Mosley. Rockstar, you weren't here. Mosley was on the show Friday. It was like, that 40 and 40 goes on longer than anything I've ever seen. It was like, when you guys previewed Baylor 3 months ago and you're 40 and 40.
Yeah. It's a long one. It's the summer, man.
Yeah. Mosley doesn't know about, killing time between football seasons. Which is how and why we came up with the 40 and 40. And there was one year, remember, that we tried. It may have been the first year we tried to do all 100. I think it was like 124
I
teams.
do remember that, yeah.
Did we really?
Yeah, we previewed a team each day for 120 shows. That was pretty bad. Like, all right, let's talk a little Eastern Michigan football here.
Because back then to get UAB in, UAB was like 109 or something.
I know. It was back in the Watson Brown or the Neil Callaway days.
It's changed a lot. All right, it's trash time, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. I don't know if Tyler moved the big button. It may still be in the same place. Whatever it is, if you could hit the big button, man, I appreciate it.
Father of 2, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything this year may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. One lucky person is going to receive Subway sandwiches for life as part of the restaurant's campaign to find their biggest fan. All you've got to do is legally change your name to Subway.
Subway Jones.
I saw this story, and I did a little research on it, and it really sucks, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Why?
Well, you let me finish it, then you can follow up why it sucks. But we did have stories on people that got stuff for like a year or two in cases like this, and then the company stopped giving it to them.
Yeah.
If that was the fact and I changed my name, I'd be really pissed. But Subway fans can visit subwaynamechange.com between 9 a.m. August 1st tomorrow and midnight August 4th to enter the contest. By entering the contest, fans will have to agree that if they're selected as the winner, they'll legally change their name to Subway, first name, by the way. Winner will be chosen via a random drawing on August 7th. Winner will receive $750 to cover the cost of legally changing their name, along with $50,000 in Subway gift cards. I'm just saying, if you're homeless, you could change your name to Subway. The $50,000 in Subway gift cards, you probably could get 50 cents on the dollar. That's $25K.
Yeah,
I'd have to sell all those.
That's what sucks to me is you promised me Subway for life, and then you read the fine print, and really it's not Subway for life. It's just $50,000 worth of gift cards.
I thought it was included.
No.
Oh, that's silly.
It's just $50,000 in gift cards.
Well, how many
and that's
sandwiches
supposed
is
to
that?
be spread out the rest of your life. And it's not Subway for life for me. It is $50,000 in gift cards. So tell me different, because Subway for life for me is I've got that magic card that a few people have at McDonald's, and they can go anywhere in the world, walk in, and just show them that card, and they get whatever they ordered. There's no limit. Whatever they ordered for free.
But think about that now, Jim. That's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 subs, 50,000.
You can't.
I mean, if
Don't
you
say
did
that.
You can't.
I
But
can.
if you did one every day, that'd be 365 a year. It's going to take you what?
No, you're telling me you think you think they still do $5 subs?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's closer to it's probably closer to $10 than it is $5.
But you literally would have to eat it every day for 10 years.
Yeah.
That's 10 years. That's not
Well,
the
I
rest
know,
of my
but
life.
you're also not going to eat it every day. I think this will last you the rest of
You
your
know what
life.
you
I'm
could
just saying,
do?
you're saying
You could change your name back.
Yeah.
it should be Subway for life if that's what you're advertising, Subway, and they're not a sponsor, so I can jump on them with both feet here. if you're advertising Subway for life, then I should get a magical card like those McDonald's people do. I'm thinking of the right. It's
McDonald's
right?
got the arch card. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
where you
Jamie
walk
McMurray sent us some that were limited, but
Yeah.
he said he had one.
But he was the
driver, the McDonald's driver.
And he
yeah.
had a card that he
That's
could
right.
walk in, and it could be a table for 6, and he could show them that card, and they could eat whatever they
That's
want.
right.
See, if I've got Subway for life, I should be able to take my family.
Yeah, but the problem there is people
Oh, shit.
abuse
Subway
this.
and his kids are here.
I mean, like, I'd be sitting there and Forster's like, I'm going to run to lunch with my family. Hey, you want to take my Subway card?
No, why not? I changed my name to Subway.
I am Subway Jones.
Yeah, I am Subway Dunaway.
Subway Jones sounds like every small town. I don't know if you guys experience this. Every small town has the guy that's not clicking on all cylinders, and he normally ends up with some sort of nickname. Like Jennifer was born, she grew up in her formative years down in Ashland, and they had a guy down there named Johnny Scratchoff. And Subway Jones sounds like that guy in a small town.
Was Johnny Scratchoff just at the convenience store buying scratch-offs nonstop?
No.
Johnny do the bridges.
No, Johnny Scratchoff, he would
pick scabs when he was
no,
little.
if y'all will stop, I'll tell you what Johnny Scratchoff did. Johnny Scratchoff, he would go around and he'd write you tickets, like parking tickets or speeding tickets. And he had a little ticket book. And then he'd write a ticket and put it on your window. And when he'd leave, he'd go, making it sound like he was scratching off. So he started calling him Johnny Scratchoff. It's 100% a real story.
That's sort of
That
sad.
sounds great. Sounds like a fun guy.
Hey, Rockstar.
Johnny Scratchoff didn't have a gun, did he?
I don't think Johnny Scratchoff was packing. No.
Rockstar, I think you put this trash together,
He's
right?
a friendly
No, this
guy.
is Tyler.
Tyler from Friday.
It's an interesting story here. A manatee has died at a Florida aquarium in late April. And following a full pathology report, there are new developments as to a possible cause of the mammal's sudden death.
I know what it is. Broken heart.
He died of a broken heart? A manatee?
Yeah.
Broken ass.
Oh,
no.
jeez.
Looks like Wilford Brimley.
According to the Lab and Aquarium in Sarasota, Florida, the resident manatee, Hugh,
He picked the Rams.
he shoulda, died unexpectedly April 29th after showing changes in his behavior until he suddenly became unresponsive in his habitat. Now, according to the statement following his passing, the aquarium said the manatee and his brother Buffett were the world's only manatees to participate in voluntary detailed behavioral research designed to aid manatee conservation. But after the animal autopsy and a full pathology performed by a Fish and Wildlife Rescue, it was determined that Hugh died from a 5.7-inch rip in his colon and other traumatic injuries caused by a sexual encounter with a larger male manatee at his facility, Buffett.
Ooh. Well, when you go to prison.
So they put him in manatee prison?
Yep. I mean, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, Lance. What'd he do?
He didn't do anything.
He picked the Rams.
Yeah, following the direction of the vets, distraction rather than physical separation was chosen because separation has previously caused undue anxiety and negative effects in both manatees. In an effort to redirect the manatee's attention and decrease undesirable behaviors, the aquarium said animal care staff used positive reinforcement tools that had previously been successful. Hugh was born at the place in 1996 and was 38 years old.
I wish there was a manatee Alexander Shannora. Help this family get some money out of this. This sounds like
That's
it
a
was
bad
wrong.
way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, though, that is really, really sad.
Boy, it is.
It is a tough way to go.
People in Hong Kong should
somewhere 2 tanks over, there's a killer well, though, going.
2 tanks
Can't
over.
You can't smoke in water, though.
He's on top. He's
Hey,
vaping.
what did Buffett sound
in his
like when they
blowhole.
asked
He's
him
going,
about the encounter?
Who?
Buffett.
Well, no.
People in Hong Kong should stare at smokers disapprovingly as part of an effort to create a tobacco-free city, the territory's health minister has said. Now, I always thought they wanted tobacco there for population control.
But they want me to stare at you disapprovingly, Lance.
Professor Lo Chung Mei said people who have lit up in areas where it is prohibited are unlikely to, quote, hit back if everyone stares at them.
Yeah.
He
So,
goes-
there are places you can smoke, places you can't smoke. So the people who want to keep living, that don't want to be controlled by the population, they want to have their area. They don't want you smoking in their area.
Are they still wearing masks over there?
Yeah, I was about to say, my favorite part of this is how many pictures you have without a mask on? Oh, thousands. How many you got with a mask? Maybe 2. Let's use the one with a
Well,
mask.
but in China, they were pro-mask before the Corona thing happened.
No, you used to see Asian people wear masks all the time, like out and about.
Yeah, just to prevent from the common cold.
Yeah.
Or flu season.
They got really bad air there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And worse when somebody's smoking.
You
Apparently
stare.
so,
Can you
yeah.
imagine if there was a thing like anytime you order fried chicken, you're going to stare at you. Everybody in the restaurant, that guy ordered fried chicken. So every time you're just like,
You know, he's got a good disapproving stare as Dunaway. You can give a stare of disapproval very, very well.
My favorite's when you drive by somebody and I go.
Oh, I know. Dunaway does it. Like, he's in the passenger seat. I'm driving, and Jim gives him the.
Hey, I hit the little camera and it moved. So
Of course.
I don't know what.
We reset it every day.
McDonald's creating a spinoff restaurant chain called Cosmics. COS, capital MCS. Executives said on Thursday the fast food giant shared a few details about the project during its second quarter earnings call. Now, the company will test Cosmics in a handful of sites in a limited geography in early 2024.
It looks like Ronald's trying to hotbox the Hamburglar. Like he just took a big
that
pull.
robot is it? It's got Chuck Taylor going.
It looks like Ronald McDonald just took a big pull off a joint. He's trying to blow it in the gremlin's face.
Oh, Grimace is listed in some.
I made the mistake late Friday again of door dashing McDonald's, and it is crazy expensive, and they always get it wrong. They left the 3 apple pies out.
I got a salad last night from some place. I didn't check it because I think it's rude to check in the restaurant. And I get back, they didn't put the salad dressing in.
Why is that rude to check?
Because I think I'm assuming you can't do your job.
Well, guess what?
You're right.
Yeah, you were spot on in that assumption.
What does Uber Eats do?
It just picks up your food like you're a person.
Food? Yeah.
Okay, so I ordered Uber Eats breakfast yesterday.
Okay.
$77 for breakfast.
Yeah, you know.
Guess what?
What?
I get an update. Your meal is available for pickup now. So I used Uber Eats. They didn't even bring it to me. I had to go to the restaurant I got it from. How does that work?
But did you still pay Uber Eats?
I want to put a little Tyler on for you. Hey, Tyler, you're up.
Tyler, you're up.
Yep.
What happened here?
So all of the restaurants have a delivery and a pickup option, and you select it right when you start your order. So you could have accidentally hit pickup and gone through your order as if it was a delivery.
Tyler, you think Lance's going to mess up technology here? Tyler, come on.
This is unbelievable. Why is that even an option? Why would you use Uber Eats if you weren't going to have it brought to you?
Because I don't want to wait on somebody to make my food. I'd rather
Why
place
would
the
I just
order
not call
and
the
then
place? How
grab a
much-
shower and drive down there and grab it.
Some people don't answer their phone anymore. They only take to-go orders through their app.
How much is the $77 that I spent on Uber Eats?
Oh gosh, your delivery your order fee was probably $5 out of that, so probably whatever that is plus the tip.
I mean, what'd you get for breakfast? You ordered from an IHOP in Nashville?
Yeah, also, what did you order? $77?
Yeah, that is a steep breakfast.
All it was like a traditional breakfast. It came waffle, 1 meat, and eggs. And I had 4 of those. And then the $1 million bacon, which is like $10.
Okay, well, you had 4 of those.
Yeah.
$1 million.
I mean, that stacks up, yeah.
Yeah, it does. Finally, this is semi-local, Rocky. This is an insane story.
I saw this on TikTok last night. This is where I was introduced to this story, and I am now fully invested.
I am too, and I'm fascinated to see what direction this goes. This will probably be on Dateline. It'll probably be on Netflix.
Yep.
Wife of a former Auburn football player was charged with plotting to kill her estranged husband in a Bahaman court. Now, according to the Bahamas Court News, Lindsay Shiver, 36 years old, conspired to kill her husband, Robert Shiver, in a plot that also included 28-year-old Terrence Bethel, who is reported to be her lover, and also 29-year-old Farron Newbold. Both men were also charged in the unsuccessful attempt. While investigating a break-in at a bar, police reportedly found WhatsApp messages on a suspect's phone detailing the murder plot. Now, Robert Shiver played long snapper at Auburn from 2006 2008, native of Thomasville, Georgia. Two reportedly met at the university where Lindsay was a cheerleader. Now, the 3 suspects have not entered a plea. The way this went down is bar in the Bahamas.
Yep.
She's down there with her lover.
Yep. Well, first of all, I think the way I understand the story, the couple owned a place in the Bahamas.
They did, yes. So they've got a house in Thomasville,
right, and
place in the Bahamas.
They travel there frequently, and apparently she met somebody she liked there.
Yeah, allegedly started
An
banging
affair.
this dude,
Yep, that's
and
right.
dude found out. He files for divorce.
So wait, he wasn't part of the family?
Who?
The guy she met in the
No,
Bahamas.
the Auburn family?
Yeah.
No, this guy was a Bahamian.
Right. There's 2 families. There's the mob and there's Auburn.
Yeah, she apparently
If I
got
say the family, you know what I'm talking about.
got bored, met this Terrence Bethel fella.
That's right.
And starts having relations with him.
Yeah, reportedly.
And then, hey, look, Robert's about to leave me. Let's kill him, and I can get my cut of the insurance. This is all speculation, pure speculation on my part.
Yeah.
I think you agree with it, though.
Well, I mean, but what's crazy about it is the police weren't even investigating that. They were investigating just a random break-in and found this phone that had these messages on there, and that's how they got called.
Well, here's what's got to be disturbing for some dude that's traveling internationally that's cheating on his wife. and he's got WhatsApp because WhatsApp is starting to advertise, and what they advertise is encrypted messaging that can't be broken. And now you got the cops. 3 people are in jail because WhatsApp didn't work.
right.
Which I'm glad they're in jail. They need to be in jail.
But the long snapper is still alive, right?
He's still
there
with
ends
us,
up there's no murder.
There's no
well,
murder.
the sad thing is, like, her Instagram
But this could have
account,
stopped it. I mean, this could have been what stopped it.
Yeah, her Instagram account is still active. And I noticed one of my buddies follows her. So I reached out to him. I said, do you know this chick? And he's like, no.
I just followed to see what's up.
And she was an Auburn cheerleader. He was an Auburn football
Correct.
player.
Yes.
They've got 3 young kids.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
It's terrible.
Yeah. But I mean, you could.
But is there a chance that when she tells her side of the story that, you know, obviously I've made some mistakes, but we weren't really going to try to kill him. It was just,
I mean,
you know,
that's probably going to be her side of the story.
Just locker room talk.
Yeah. But, I mean,
how many times have you said, oh, I'd love to kill that person?
I'm going to say if she does get out of this, alimony's going to drop a little bit.
There is a chance, though, that this WhatsApp, this burglary, I've never been able to say that word.
Burglary.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That investigation saved this guy's life, if you think about it. I
Oh,
mean, because
it
they
did?
could have gone through with the scheme.
Oh, they were going to go through with it.
It seems like it. Now, they could have been unsuccessful.
But again, I like to play all sides here.
Okay.
Is there not a case that could be made that if he wanted to get a divorce and not pay her anything, that he could set her up by planting this stuff on her phone?
It wasn't on her phone.
Yeah, but do you think the
it
other
was
two
on someone
dudes-
else's phone? It was on a phone that they caught in a investigation about this break-in. It was on
Right.
someone else's phone, not hers.
Yeah, but do you think these dudes would really fall on the sword and go to prison?
Well, this guy apparently has a lot of money, right?
He does.
Yeah.
I saw the perp walk this morning, and everybody was smiling. I got to think Bahamian jail is pretty bad, though, don't you? I mean, do you imagine it's as good as the United States prison system?
I mean, I don't think it's probably as bad as like a Mexican jail.
Or Haitian jail, like if
Yeah,
you're
or
in Haitian
Turkish.
jail or Turkish prison.
Yeah.
But I bet
think
it's not nice.
It's probably pretty bad.
All inclusive?
Is it by the beach?
All inclusive.
Dude, I will tell you, man, the power, we've talked about
it's
how
undefeated.
undefeated it is.
Yep.
But she had already paid $40,000 according to Jeff already to kill.
Uh-oh. Jim, it's gonna blow up your theory pretty quick if she had a down payment.
Listen, all I'm telling you, 25 years from me.
It was Uber Eats, Uber Kills. It was delivery, not pickup.
I don't handle one penny in my family.
Right.
Not one penny. I work. It goes into accounts, and Maggie handles it all. She could make it look like I have paid $40,000 to do anything.
So she really could have a side account that you don't know about, and she could just be nickel and diming you for the last 25 years.
In fact, I expect
Happy anniversary, by the
I
way.
expect that. I hope she does. That means we've got money saved up somewhere.
She's got money saved up somewhere.
I don't care.
Bobby's talking about what a great detective you would be.
I like to play all sides.
Yeah. Like you were, I mean, I think you got a little upset at how quickly I was skeptical of the story about the old girl that thought she saw the baby on the side of the road.
I did not get upset
I
about
mean, like
that.
day one, I was saying, guys, this makes no sense
Yep.
whatsoever.
And I agreed with you. I
Yeah.
thought it made no sense, but I mean, that's tough to come out and say if somebody
Well,
really
I wasn't
going to
say it on the show, but I mean, I was telling you all off the show, something ain't right about this.
Yeah, because if you say it and then,
Yeah, I
days
know.
later a body
Yeah,
pops
I mean,
up,
that's
it's
gonna
bad
be
news.
bad for the show.
No, I mean, I did get upset about that. It bothered me last night when I sent this into the text thread that you started giving me details of the story. Yeah, and blah, 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 blah. And like I didn't read the story. I mean, I sent it to us, Brown. I read the story. You're giving me facts
Jim
of the
read it
story.
first. Everybody
No,
did.
I'm just saying I sent it, and you're
All I
like,
said was the way she got caught was crazy. That's all I said.
How do you think this plays out? Because you're right, money down there, there's no
Yeah.
telling how corrupt the court system is, but I assume he's the one that had the money. But if her family has any family money, there's probably ways you could work
I'm
this.
just saying, we know our buddy Tommy Spina, right?
Uh-huh.
What does Tommy always do when he gets into a case? He tries to spin different scenarios, right? I just threw a couple out
You did.
myself
Yep.
that I'd be playing. One, I'm joking, who hadn't sat around and said I'd love to kill somebody, and the other one is.
Well, here's what I'd be saying right now. If I'm Lindsay,
I think it was him.
What?
No, I was just saying I would be pointing at somebody else.
If I'm Lindsay, look, I made the mistake of having a fling, but
Yep.
this Terrence fella
Yep.
fell in love with me.
That's right.
And he conspired on the side with Farron.
Tanya Harding.
Yeah, and look, he had access to my phone all the time. I would take afternoon naps naked in bed, and he would get up to cut the grass.
I like how Lance threw the naked in there. That made it sound more real.
I don't
gotta
know
say.
where my phone was at these moments. And so I think there's a way that you probably could pay off. And I'm going to say that she gets less than 5 years.
All right.
I would almost say no time at all.
You might.
Ooh.
That's it. That's less than 5 years is including no time at all. Just saying.
A lot of dots to be connected. That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Notre Dame's going to wear the all greens. I don't know when they're going to wear this. See if it's
Ohio State. Yeah.
It's which game?
Ohio State.
The Ohio State game?
Yep.
Here's the uniform.
Not going to work.
They're the all greens.
I do like that uniform.
They're the all greens right there from Notre Dame. They put that out there. You said it's the Ohio State game, huh?
That's what I saw, yeah.
Okay, I thought it was September. The September game. When do they play that? September.
That'd be September.
Okay.
23rd, I think it is.
Do you guys like that uni?
I
think it's pretty awesome.
I don't know.
I
kind of like Notre Dame's regular.
I liked it better when it was the green with the gold pants and didn't have the ND on the shoulder.
Oh, I think that is a good-looking uniform right there. I think I would keep that if I was Notre Dame.
Throw away the tradition and just go with that?
Well, the helmet's really the tradition, right? I mean, they've always done green jerseys
I think they should take
once
away
a season.
The ones that are like super shiny helmets. Those new shiny, I hate them.
Oh
yeah.
It's every game.
Go back to the old helmet.
And truthfully, Rockstar, I think it's brighter in person than it shows up on television.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because remember the Miami game, Notre Dame and Miami?
Yeah.
Notre Dame and Alabama in Miami?
Yeah.
when they ran on the field, that was the first time in a long time I had seen them in person since the game at Legion Field back in the 80s. And they just seem so much brighter than they look even on television because they work so hard at painting.
Got a text from one of our friends who knows the family involved in this murder for hire. And he said, the Robert guy is really lucky to be alive. He said he's going to give me details later.
Oh, boy. Details.
So he said it's a crazy-ass story.
Yeah, that according to reports. AL.com is where we got all the information. The show brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. A wonderful place to go buy lunch or dinner. There you see Sterling, the owner of Champy's Chicken, for over 10 years at that location. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and all the great Southern food, including the tremendous sides. Date night, lunch night, tailgates, whatever. Champy'sChicken.com. Final hour of the show, we'll talk a lot of college football. But I ask you, just big perception or not, the SEC East in its last year, less than the SEC East was last year? In this last year of existence, is it going to take a step back from where it was in 2022?
I don't think Tennessee is going to be as good, but I think they're still going to be a good team. I mean, you got to remember, Tennessee came into the Georgia game. I mean, that was a battle for the top team in the country coming into that game. I can't even remember where Tennessee was ranked, but I think it was 1 versus 3, if memory serves.
Let's do it this way then. Georgia will just say stays even. They're one of the best teams in the country. Tennessee, less than or greater than last year?
I don't think 11 wins, but I think 10 is very much in the picture.
Which is what they had last year.
I think South Carolina is going to be better.
Yeah.
South Carolina's be better than what they were last year.
But I don't know if their record will be better.
That's right.
They've got a really difficult schedule.
Kentucky will be better.
Kentucky will be better. Record will be better. I think Kentucky's right at 10 wins.
Better coordinator, and you trust the quarterback if he's healthy. Florida.
I mean, it's hard for them to be much worse than they were last year.
But you're losing a top 5 quarterback in Anthony Richardson. Now, I didn't view him as a top 5 quarterback.
I didn't either. And a lot of people think Graham Mertz. Now, I've seen him at the bottom of a lot of these quarterback ratings in the SEC, but there are some that are like, people are overlooking Graham Mertz. He could do something
But
there.
if Billy Napier is the coach they believed he was going to be, and we had Doring on the show back at SEC Media Days, and he said, look, Florida has got to be patient with this guy. I still think there's got to be a better step in year 2 for Florida and Billy Napier. At least get it going in the right direction. His biggest win was week 1 of last year.
Missouri?
I don't know what to expect.
About the same.
Yeah, probably.
And, I mean, can Vandy be better than 5 and 7?
I think they can. Well, were they 5 and 7 last year?
Yeah.
I thought they were 4 and 8. Were they 5
4 and 8?
Oh, I think they ended up 5 and 7.
Okay. Well, I think 5 wins is about right when you look at the schedule. The schedule's tough, man.
I think they'll be a better team. It's kind of like South Carolina. Better team. Will they have a better record? I do not know.
I mean, can you find 6 wins on that schedule? I mean, you would have to beat Auburn at home in order to get to 6 wins.
It's very hard to get them to 6 and 6. Very hard.
So do you big picture now?
That's about the same.
The East, the same, better than, or less than they were last year? I think they take a step back.
Just a little less. Yeah. I think the West take a step forward.
What does it take for the West to take a step forward? Maybe Texas A&M a little bit better?
I think
maybe Auburn a
little
bit better?
It's simple. Again, it always comes down to quarterback. But if Jaden Daniels stays healthy, LSU is going to be better. If Alabama has a productive quarterback, they're going to be really, really good. And the same with A&M. If Wigman can come out, play well with Bobby Petrino calling plays, they could be the surprise team of the SEC.
The thing about LSU is I think they're going to be better from the jump. You got to remember how long it took them to get good last year. I mean, that was a work in progress after that tough loss to Florida State at the Superdome. And, remember, Tennessee blew their doors off down there in that game.
I know we group Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Arkansas, and Auburn all together, like who's going to finish 4th, who's going to finish 7th. But I think all 4 of those teams can be better than we think. Now, what that equates to, maybe 7 and 5, I don't know. But I think that it's going to be a better product on the field. The SEC West, top to bottom, week in, week out, to me, is going to be like the NFL.
We'll talk some more college football in the final hour of the show. Grab a drink, sit down with us. We may grab a drink. It's our 500. Oh, you've already got one.
Yeah.
You're like a magician. You're a drink magician. That's hard for me to say.
It's like you were rapping.
Magician.
I'm telling you, man, I am going to blow up and be the heaviest I've ever been because I drink so much of this wicked weed now. But I love it.
And apparently you're ordering $77 worth of breakfast on Uber Eats.
Only one waffle was mine.
Yep.
I did the chicken sausage, dip it in a little syrup, eggs with habanero barbecue sauce on them. Good stuff.
It does. Tell us about our friends at Harbin's Outdoors, and that'll get us to the top of the hour. More football coming up on the other side. 26 days away from week 0 of college football. Jack State's already got 4 practices in. They're back at it this week. UAB's first practice is happening by Thursday or Friday. All of college football will be on the practice field.
My buddy Chico was over, and he was like, how long have you had this pool now? And I was like, it's been a full 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah, it has. But if I could fast forward, this is the longest I've ever lived in one place, by the way. If I could go back in time and have Jeremy Harbin and his team, perfect, because I was dealing with like 4 or 5 different contractors. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them all on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. Tell Jeremy and his team the Next Round sent you.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes, when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rarely do I have an auction thing that goes for less than, I usually it's like, I can't believe somebody pays that much money. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah,
when there's like a trading card or something, I'm always like, Why would somebody pay that much money for something?
Like if you had Babe Ruth's baseball bat, the one
right.
that he hit 715 or 714 with, then you would assume somebody would pay $1 million for that, and it comes at $100,000. You're like, damn.
Yeah. So one went for the weekend, and I guess Lunsford's the closest person we have to trading cards and NFTs and stuff. Arch Manning's Prism Black autographed card. It's 1 of 1.
Yeah.
Right? It's 1 of 1. So they're not going to make another one of these. It's 1 of 1.
That's stupid.
And it only went for $102,500. Why?
Yeah, but that's more than any Peyton Manning card has ever sold for.
I mean, think about this. The guy has never taken a collegiate snap, and his card's going for $102,000.
Yeah.
And you say only?
Yeah, I'm shocked it went for 100. This is more than
That's
I'm with
way
you
more than I
guys.
would've
This
thought.
dude's never taken a snap. He might never start a college football
I
game.
mean, if he's anything like his uncles, do you know what that card will go for in the future?
I know. It's 1 of 1. That's why I thought it would go higher.
Well, but he's never done anything. He could be a complete bust.
But this is the most expensive Manning card that has ever been sold.
Yeah.
More than Peyton, more than Eli, more than anything.
Yeah, I'm impressed with that number,
I am
actually.
too. Because, I mean, you saw Mad Men. Let's say a lawnmower hits his foot.
Good point.
I'm just saying.
That happened to Mad Men, yeah.
Good point.
Just when he had gotten his foot in the door.
Guess he can't play golf anymore.
Maybe there was a UTSA cheerleader that he's going to fall in love with at Texas now, and
You never know.
Who knows what happened?
Anything
Boy,
could happen.
the best thing that happened to him was the Quinn Ewers talk this year. I don't know if you guys agree, but how hyped up and how set Texas seems to be on Ewers, where Arch can just kind of ease himself into the picture now. He doesn't have to worry about NIL money. I mean, with the family, he's getting the NIL money, but this is a guy that can take his time. And, you know, if Ewers balls out like a lot of people think he will this year, he'll be a first-round guy next year, and then Arch can ease his way in. But when he does start, the expectations are going to be insane.
As we sit here 26 days away from the start of week 0 in college football, there is no expectation to see Arch Manning at all this year, right?
I mean, in mop-up, I expect to see him in mop-up. If you mean meaningful snaps, no. Unless Quinn Ewers gets hurt, I don't expect to see him take meaningful snaps.
Which is very early in his
happened.
career. That's what happened at Tennessee versus UCLA, and Keith Jackson, here comes the rookie Peyton Manning.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's a pretty good Keith Jackson, actually.
Yeah, but, you know, that was at the Rose Bowl, right?
Yep.
Wasn't it against
UCLA? Yeah.
Yeah, and Brandon Stewart had started, I think, and then Peyton comes in.
That hurt.
But you expected both of those guys were going to rotate.
But even then, keep in mind, Peyton rotated. No, it was there was
Todd
another
Helton.
starter. I think
Was
it
it
was
Todd
Helton.
Helton?
I think it was Todd Helton got hurt, and then they were rotating. Helton was out for the year. They were rotating Stewart and Manning because Phil Fulmer caught a lot of flack for that. Like,
How could you not know this was the guy?
I mean, Peyton Manning, I think, is the pretty obvious guy, but Brandon Stewart was the Texas A&M transfer.
Again, Nick Saban's the one that started Blake Barnett over Jalen Hurts.
That is true.
I mean,
That is
Blake
true.
Barnett's probably selling surfboards right now, and
Jalen
Hurts is one of
a-
your MVP favorites
Yeah.
this year.
Okay, get Tyler, get the video of Aaron Scott ready, the commitment from this weekend, choosing between Michigan, Oregon, and Ohio State. But first, let me tell you about the Bud Light Backyard Tour, which is coming to Birmingham.
Did we get you a beer, by the way?
On August the 8th. I just opened this wonderful body warmer light. I apologize.
I was
I'm
just checking.
burning
All
up right
good.
now. I wore pants today for the first time for some reason.
Why'd you do that?
I complimented Dunaway's pant, too,
I
didn't
did.
I?
A piece of clothing that the Taylor brothers both like.
Did Reed say something about it, too?
Up in Nashville. I wore these once in
Wow.
Nashville.
Oh,
And he's
how
like, I like
heavy.
those pants.
How
What-
heavy will these be in the rotation now, right?
Oh, no, that's the only pants I have. Everything has holes.
He's got two
Not
compliments.
rotation. He's going to order more today.
That's right,
Of course, I
Maggie,
might
I did-
order a pair after I saw them.
Well, I'm just saying I wore pants today because I knew I wasn't playing golf today. I wear shorts every day, and I always get that question that has become, I think, a shot at me. What time's your tee time today? You playing golf today? So
How's
I
that a
said,
shot?
Today I'm not going to wear anything that looks like I'm playing golf today.
You showed us.
Yeah, I've got a non-golf shirt on that's also hot as hell. What I've learned is my golfing outfits are cooler. I'm burning up in here today. Anybody else hot?
Oh, my God.
It
Well,
is a little warm in the studio.
So I texted Dunaway this morning, and I said, what's our temp like? Kind of like to know what we're easing into on a
Right,
Monday.
yep.
He was like, it's not bad. The AC's on. Well, the AC ain't on anymore.
It's not on anymore, trust me. Anyway, our friends at Bud Light Backyard Tour coming to Birmingham August the 8th featuring Seaforth. Seaforth's going to be in town. Bud Light wants to make it easier for you to get the most out of summer. So they're giving away over 300 tickets. You can enter now for a chance to win your tickets. And there you see the information on the screen. Thank you, Tyler. BudLightBackyard.com. BudLightBackyard.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding Florida, 21 plus to enter. Bud Light's Backyard Tour. It's coming up August the 8th, which is, when is that? Is that Monday, Sunday? Sunday, right?
August the 8th?
Yeah, it's next Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Not even close.
See you next Tuesday at the Bud Light Backyard Tour. Coming to Birmingham August the 8th. Next Tuesday, Seaforth is in town. 300 tickets to the giveaway. You can go sign up now, budlightbackyard.com.
I wish we were going, but we're going to be in Ocean City, frolicking in the Atlantic.
That's how I knew that was next Tuesday.
When do we leave?
Next Tuesday.
I think I sent you guys flight confirmations,
Yeah,
right?
it's 100%. Yeah,
When
it's on
did
my
you send
calendar.
that?
Did
3-4 months ago when Keith booked everything for us.
It's in your calendar. I don't know if your calendar works like mine, but it went
does.
straight into
I
my
don't
calendar.
remember when we're leaving, but I do remember that we are flying into an airport that I've never heard of.
I'm with you on that. We are leaving at roughly, I think it's 5 o'clock that evening.
Yeah, it's on there. I just haven't gone to next week yet.
Yeah.
It's not,
because
it's not on the page yet.
I don't think we get to the resort till like 11 or 12.
That is true. It's going to be a little bit late when we get there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've flown lately, but that's a crapshoot. That's the one time we actually get there.
So we're live next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday from Ocean City, Maryland.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll be frolicking in the Atlantic.
And Keith Wisenhunt, who runs the hotel, he is already setting everything up with IT and everything. And so I'm going to get you guys in touch today. It should be a smooth transition, knock on wood.
Let's hope.
But looking forward to this. It's supposed to be incredible this week up in Ocean City.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to the beach this summer.
I have.
Haven't either.
Yeah. I mean, I usually go. I mean, it's sad admission, but I used to go 2 or 3 times a summer. I loved it, and I hadn't been able to go.
I have some sad breaking news. I think it's going to be sadder to Rockstar than anybody. Have you seen it, Rocky?
I saw.
Did you just see it?
It is unfortunate.
Paul Rubens has passed away.
Oh, wow.
Today. Yeah, age 70. Don't know where he was. Pee Wee Herman. I don't know if you know who Paul Rubens is.
I did not. I was going to guess the lead, the guy that led the band for David Letterman all those years.
That's Paul
He's
Schaefer.
a super talented dude. Weird, obviously. Lived a hard life. Seemed like a tortured life. Would you agree with that,
Yeah,
Rocky?
it was just the disaster of that Netflix film that him and Judd Apatow did, the Pee Wees. That was 2016, I think, and I watched 30 minutes of it. I had to tap out. He couldn't do the voice anymore. Like he's 70 years old.
And
so.
I don't know if I feel sorry. I know he had the unfortunate situation that everybody associates with Pee Wee Herman now. But, I mean, he took that role, and I don't know when you take a role like that, like if you're making the conscious, like am I measuring this out in my head, like this role, I don't know what it's going to do for me.
It probably ends your career
That's right,
doing other things.
Yeah, I'm going to be typed the rest of my life.
Because he was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He was in Blow
That's
as
when he
the
made his
dealer.
comeback. But they said that.
Or no, he was a dealer.
When he made the agreement to create Pee Wee, they had the management said, like, you are no longer Paul Rubens. Everything you do in public is Pee Wee. You're going to be credited as Pee Wee Herman is himself.
Yeah.
Like, you're not Paul Rubens. And so until the theater incident, that's when he became Paul Rubens.
We had a, they wanted to cut ties as quick as they could there. We had a coworker once that, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but it's when we were in radio, and he came from another market. And he told me the story once that Pee Wee Herman, that Paul Rubens was on his morning show. And he's like, he showed up as Paul Rubens and was just talking normal, just like you and I would talk. And
once the mic came on?
No. He said, what time do you need me? And he said, I need you at 8:20 or whatever the time was. He goes, okay. And he said, like 8:20 is coming close. And he had gone in this office and closed the door to change. He was going to change clothes. And he said, I knocked on the door and said, it's 8:20. And he said, he answered me in Pee Wee Herman's voice, came out in full costume. And like he had just transformed himself in that office into Pee Wee Herman. He said this as soon as he came out in that costume, he was nothing but Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, see, I hated
even in the break.
interviewing Frank Caliendo back in the day because all he would do is
shtick.
Yeah, like you couldn't interview him, the person, about anything of his background. It was, I'm going to go straight into a Madden, I'm going to go straight into a Barkley, and to me it was annoying.
See, I like that. I saw Frank Caliendo do the Stardome, and he was hysterical.
Yeah,
I laughed on my side.
Wouldn't you like a little
personal interview with him,
backstory, and then he can do some of
I mean, I've only interviewed him once on the show, and that was during COVID. He was nice enough to come on the show with us, and I don't remember us trying to do much backstory.
We used to have him in the studio way back in the day.
He came in, he'd always do the Pacino and stuff like that. He's a super talented guy, but he would never, you couldn't have like Will Ferrell, you can't have a conversation with him. He's always going to be shtick.
But I mean, you just like, if I had told Pee Wee Herman, or if I told Paul Rubens, you could take this and it's going to be what you're known for, but you'll never do anything else again. I wonder if he'd have still taken the role. or develop the character.
Depends on how nationally recognized that'd be.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who never
Larry the Cable Guy. We've talked about it.
Got over a role that they played.
Well, yeah, Larry the Cable Guy. I mean, now he can't. We've mentioned this before. Like for that money, Larry the Cable Guy can't go out in public and not wear that goofy outfit that he wears.
Who else is like that? Do we have anybody else associated with their personality like that?
Think a little bit. Tell us about JohnsonRVCenter.com when we think about that, because sometimes you get so roped into like
RuPaul,
like Ross from
David
Friends.
Schwimmer?
I mean, he's tried to do some other stuff, but it is always, if you're watching, what is it, whatever. It was some kind of funeral, some dark
Kissing
comedy.
a Fool.
Kissing a Fool. I mean, you're still watching. He's Ross from Friends.
He had a role in Band of Brothers, and it is hard to watch. As great as Band of Brothers was,
right.
it is hard to watch that and not see Ross.
Well,
it, really
it
is.
was just his character was so uncomfortable.
Oh, they hated him. Yeah, I mean, it's a real character. It was a real guy. Make this summer a sweet Southern summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. New travel trailers are just $139 a month to start out. They're starting at $139 a month. If you do the math, that's less than $5 a day. 2023 fifth wheels from just $439 a month. And those of you that have served or are active duty in the military, we appreciate you so much on this show for what you've done for our great nation. They do at Johnston RV Center as well. Great discounts for active duty and retired military. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Adam Sandler is a guy that, he has to play the same character over and over, because I don't think you can look at him any other way than that character, right?
Although he did Uncut Gems and got praised for it.
Yeah, and I thought it was a little overrated, but it was a different character for him. But I think in real life, I think he's a normal dude.
Yeah, he doesn't have to, like, my point with Larry the Cable Guy is he developed this persona in this costume that he wears, the hat with a fish hook on it, the cut-off sleeve flannel shirt. I don't know that I've ever seen him not in that. He's got to wear that everywhere he goes now.
So, don't know to put it clear. Let's say you have to be Buckshot Walker for the rest of your life, starting today. That's your persona. Anytime you're in public, you are Buckshot. You got to do your cigar.
Now
that's how you
remind
make your
everybody
money.
who Buckshot Walker is.
Well, let me tell you, though, do I have all my oil money with me?
Yes, you have all your oil money.
If my sugar plum's bringing me a bourbon, I don't give a
All right,
damn.
now pretend you're at Slice and you got to order. So order for me at Slice now.
Sweetie, can you give me another hot mama?
You know
I've
what?
been looking at pie all day. I wanted to have some pizza.
If it paid enough, the pastor would be like, "You're in character the rest of your life."
Yes. You're a Buckshot Walker from now
on. Dennis Farina, you know who that is?
Yeah, played on NYPD Blue, right?
Former cop, was also in Get Shorty, was in Out of Sight.
Does he play the same character over and over?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of
he
times,
does,
yeah.
Who suggested that?
I just looked it up here on the internet.
Well, I mean,
he was in Law and Order. He was a detective in Law and Order.
Right, but those are people. Yeah, I said
You're
NYPD.
you're going typecast.
Yeah, that's typecast. Yeah. These people changed who they are. Larry the Cable Guy changed his whole look.
Yeah, Dennis Farina is probably he's the late Dennis Farina, very talented former cop turned actor.
Yeah.
But he seemed like he was probably a dick in real life.
Yeah, but Dennis Farina could go out in a jogging suit. He could wear a shirt and tie. He could go to a Knicks game and wear Knicks gear. Larry the Cable Guy has to wear that goofy outfit everywhere he goes now. And Paul Rubens was the same way.
And by the way, if Dennis Farina was courtside at the Knicks game, it would have a little thing that would say actor Dennis Farina. If Larry the Cable Guy was courtside, it'd say Larry the Cable Guy.
Prilosec spokesperson.
Prilosec. Prilosec.
Caleb's right. Can anybody give you Larry the Cable Guy's full name?
Nope. I cannot. Now, look, Larry the Cable Guy's made millions off of that persona. And I'm sure he cries all the way to the bank. But it would suck that knowing if I'm Larry the Cable Guy and I'm going to a Chiefs game, the expectation is for me to wear this goofy outfit.
Daniel Lawrence Whitney.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
I've seen
Larry the Cable
stand-up.
Guy's better.
I've seen stand-up of his before he adopted that persona.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, it is bad. Have you seen it, Rexstar?
Yeah, when he started being a comedian, hit a mullet, too. It was bad.
Andrew Dice Clay from Zach.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yep. Yeah, once Andrew Dice Clay got famous, he couldn't do anything else but look like that.
Jacob said Danny McBride. We watched This Is the End. Boys hadn't seen it. We watched it Friday night. But I heard an interview with him on Levitard a couple of years ago, and he was normal. He was talking about how he was working at Olive Garden when he first broke into the business, and he wasn't even supposed to be in the acting business. I forgot what he was supposed to be doing, and he got noticed or something.
This Is the End is when the world opens up and there's fires and aliens and
there's
the party.
Fires and aliens.
The only thing I appreciate about the movie, there are some funny parts, is how everybody's playing themselves at this big party. And then the very end sequence that Rocky turned me on to with when they go to heaven and the Backstreet Boys are there.
Okay, here's another
No
one. Scott with a good one, Jim Varney. When Jim Varney developed the Ernest character, that's who he was for the rest of his life. He couldn't go anywhere and not be. Now, he did voice work, like he's the voice on some of the Toy Stories for one of the characters on Toy Stories. But
Larry the Cable
Guy was, but when Jim Varney was out in public, he was expected to look like Ernest.
Did anybody know Leonard's Loser? Did he play that when he was?
But he was never on TV. That was all radio, right? Nobody really. You only developed what you. I don't know if he was.
I'm just wondering at the local diner if he acted like that.
I don't know. Yeah, well, God rest Paul Rubens. I would say that's a tortured life after his character. I would describe his life as tortured.
Yeah, I just remember he did a Conan interview. Conan Needs a Friend, and he was Paul Rubens, and he said like that. Every year, you're the one person every year you send me a text for my birthday, and it's the most messed up GIF every time. They said it's a different nasty GIF every year.
Was he blind? I mean gay?
Blind, I mean
watching him in Blow, he plays gay really well.
He also plays Terry's dad in Reno 911 in Miami.
I've never seen that.
It's a good film. Terry's the best.
That is the passing of Pee Wee Herman today. Breaking news here on hour 4 of the next round, our 500th show today, being brought to you in part by our friends at New Life Art. What Rockstar is watching tonight after LT tells us about New Life.
Yeah, our friend artist Daniel Moore has announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. You can order right now. Go to danielmooreart.com. That's danielmooreart.com.
You know, Net Geo at 8 p.m. they're doing this. They're all about the 90s and 80s. They got a new show premiering tonight called Rewind the 90s. This episode features the decade's greatest rivalries, revisiting the 90s' greatest feuds, including Donald versus Ivana, don't remember that one, Nancy versus Tanya, and Backstreet versus NSYNC.
Oh, I'm surprised Biggie and Tupac weren't on there.
Those went fatally.
Man, was that
90s?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They both passed in 95, 96.
And were you guys Modern Marvels fan? History
I
Channel.
kind of did like that show, yeah.
They got a new show called 9 p.m. on History Tonight, Dark Marvels. This got Lance written all over it. History experts examine and discuss some of the most creative and cruel torture devices invented. Digital and actual recreation of crude types of machinery that were specifically created to cause slow and agonizing death or permanent injuries like the Iron Maiden.
So I tried Friday. I will check that out. Friday, Tyler turned me on to how to become a cult leader. And I started watching the first
Charles
one.
Manson?
Started watching the first one last night, and it was too monotonous. There was no substance. It was terrible.
You're not a follower, man.
We're heading towards so many streaming channels. I saw yesterday NASA is about to launch. Wait for it, NASA Plus.
Everybody just goes Plus.
A streaming service for
It'll be
NASA.
shitty when their satellite goes down. Their service is off.
You can watch it go down live, though, on
seriously.
NASA. It'll show all their launches live on the streaming service. You can watch spacewalks on the streaming service.
Didn't I used to get that on NASA Channel? Why? So are they out of money?
It's Bush League. It's like the Dirty Windshield. We've got other aliens that are coming and toying with us.
Yeah.
And now they've got a Plus channel. We can't even find the aliens.
NASA Plus. Maybe we can watch them invade live on there. NASA Plus is coming. Maybe we won't broadcast the stuff we used to broadcast on the NASA channel. Maybe they're taking it away from our platforms. Maybe that's why they're going to it.
I was just going to say, Rocky missed it when Dunaway Never Talks Politics, but brought up that aliens have been found in Congress last week. And you're nervous the fact that that we might get taken out by aliens, right?
I didn't know. I missed the aliens were found in Congress.
No, the testimony in Congress that you brought up.
That's what I'm talking about.
The testimony in Congress.
Well,
I
but I do think there are probably some aliens in Congress now that you mentioned it.
Mitch looks a little weird today.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that testimony. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it did startle me to hear in that formal setting. It looked like something out of a sci-fi movie that they would have testimony in front of Congress, a subcommittee, to start a movie off. No, there are aliens out there. And then
I didn't realize this was a big thing. Now I knew there was, and I know you want to get to a point. I'm sorry for stepping on you. I know there's always people out there that believe in UFOs, but there's this huge conspiracy theory underneath that there's like movies out about this. Did you guys know that?
But there's movies out about what?
About that we've really found spacecrafts and.
I don't know.
I mean, there's been movies. I just assumed they haven't been documentaries.
No, these are documentaries.
Yeah, that bothers me.
Independence Day, they had to make a sequel to get the full story.
That's
in.
right, part 2.
That is New Life Arts viewing menu with Rockstar. When we come back into the football, a really unique commitment yesterday that some people liked, some people didn't like, and a little bit more college football as we roll on today, being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Back in a second.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Before LT tells us about chicken cock, no relation here, it's my 25th anniversary back to my honeymoon. The Davis family here locally, you think this travel is an issue now, missing flights, delayed flights, canceled flights. Coming back 25 years ago from our honeymoon, our flight from Atlanta to Birmingham was canceled. And we had just landed in Atlanta, and there was one rental car left. It was a red Cadillac, and I got it and let this young married couple who also was coming back from Jamaica, their anniversary is tomorrow, 25 years, the Davis family who lives in Vestavia, and we drove back together from Atlanta 25 years ago. So he sends me a congratulations on 25 years ago.
That's pretty cool.
That's so weird though, because 24 years ago, this past June, me and Bethany got married. We went to Jamaica. And I was telling the story on the Next Round Cocktail Hour last week because Brittany was talking about how she had to share a rental car back. We got back we had a layover in Memphis. We were coming to Birmingham. The landing, what am I looking for?
Landing gear?
Yeah, the lights, they went out. So we had to go to Atlanta. When we got to Atlanta, the crew was already over their hours. So they walked. So we had to get a rental from there. We shared it with a girl. You'll be shocked. The girl drove and I slept in the back.
Does not surprise.
But I have no idea who she was. I don't even remember what the rental
So
car
y'all
was.
stayed in touch from that day.
Yeah,
That's actually really cool.
I met him, bumped into him again over at a local Greek restaurant. I'll use that term.
But that's pre-cell phone. It's not like y'all exchange cell phones, right?
No. We just we bumped into each other a few years afterwards, and since then we've stayed in touch.
Did they see you naked?
No, we were at different resorts,
Okay.
different marriages. We only met in the Atlanta airport. We only had the same return date. I had that weird 8-day vacation instead of 7 days. For some reason, I booked 8 days, 8 nights. One more. Make it one more night.
Yeah, probably paid a premium for that other night since it bled into another week.
All that to set up Chicken Cock. Tell us about Chicken Cock.
You see the bottle right here. Look, I have fallen in love with this bourbon. It is fantastic. This is the regular bourbon. The green label is the rye. I had some of the rye neat this past weekend. Chicken Cock, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous Old Brand. Now, if you go to your local ABC or package store, you can only get it in the state of Alabama in regular bourbon or rye. They've got other varieties out there. All expressions are available for special order. Just go to your local ABC store, ask them about it, or you can order at line and check out more information about this incredible bourbon right here, chickencock.com.
If we have any glasses, I would take a glass of Chicken Cock.
I think we got glasses.
I mean, we got glasses
right
behind
you. You want? I mean, what do you? Just a little shot?
Bourbon glass.
Oh,
can you?
You can't drink out of a solo cup.
No, I'm not from the trailers. Taylor, when you get this in the command center, can you check and see if we've got a bourbon glass somewhere? And if we do, can you run it in here? Show number 500.
It looks a lot like a solo cup.
They might be plastic.
I'll take whatever you can find back there, Taylor.
A little Chicken Cock on the desk the rest of the way out. All right. There's a commitment that happened this weekend. It was down to Michigan, Ohio State, and Oregon. His name is Aaron Scott. Pull up the video, Tyler. Big background. Here we go. This is the commitment, typical commitment. He's got a Michigan backpack. What's going to happen? Oh, he pulls the Ohio State jersey out of the Michigan backpack, and then the family pulls off their outer gear with Ohio State there. So he taunted Michigan.
Wow.
Pulled the Michigan backpack from under the desk, and then goes Ohio State there. Oregon also one of his
Got to get more
finalists.
creative.
Well, what else
Here's
can
what
you
I would
do?
do.
You
Well,
can't-
okay.
I mean, Auburn threw their coach in the pool.
Give me my 3 options.
Your 3 options of schools?
Yep.
USC, UCLA, and Oregon.
Okay. UCLA's on my left, USC's in my middle, Oregon's on the right.
Right.
I come out, flamethrower, I hit UCLA, torch it.
Yep.
Flamethrower, hit Oregon, torch it.
That would get attention.
USC's the last one
Those
said.
poor local TV guys who are trying to get video in front,
Singed
just
eyebrows.
melting their cameras or worse.
I would actually like that one. You're right. That is original.
That would
Yep.
be good.
That is original.
Or you could have the dummy somewhere and you could lob grenades at the ones
yeah,
you were
blow
going to
up
take
the
out.
ones you don't want. Yeah.
What if you were not a good throw? What if you were a DB and had bad hands, and you threw it at the wrong one?
Well, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Bobbling after you pull the
No,
pin.
no. I meant USC.
Hey, he's got fumbling problems.
Johnny
We
could
didn't
have been
want him.
great until the grenade blew up on him.
Yeah. LT taking it to a new level there.
I see Ashley Smith over there. Yay, Chicken Cock and TNR. Ashley Smith very instrumental in bringing Chicken Cock to our platform.
Absolutely. Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. Chicken Cock, part of this segment right here. A couple more things, Forrester. First off, Tyler, can you give me the final score of the you expect us to be better at baseball in the U.S. than New Zealand, right?
I don't know a whole lot about New Zealand, but yeah, I would say we're superior.
I mean, I would think cricket is their first sport.
Yeah.
Okay, 12 and under baseball final score, and the Americans send this out. Why we should be taking a victory lap on this one.
Oh, my gosh.
12 and under All-Stars, USA 43, New Zealand 1 in baseball.
And that's got to be a run rule, too. They probably didn't play any more than 3 to 5 innings in that game to score 43 runs.
I'm going to say little man right there just launched one.
Yeah.
The way the eyes are.
He's about to flip the bat, probably.
Do you think New Zealand was up 1-0? Like, we got this in the back.
Yeah, they're all clapping in the dugout. Yeah.
Let's go!
You think the
Hit that
Americans
ball back up the middle. Hit that ball.
were we stealing bases?
I don't know.
31-0.
We sound like we're swinging for the fences.
I don't know where the unwritten rule is, but posting and taking a victory lap on a 43-1 win, we probably should just turn the page to the next game.
I mean, if it's the Olympic team, Jim, if it's the Olympic team, I feel kind of bad about it. This is 12 and under.
12 and under.
I mean, I think maybe we've rubbed their nose at it a little much.
If we beat Mexico or a Caribbean country, then you're like, okay.
All right, they know
maybe.
baseball.
They're
That's
pretty
right.
good at baseball.
That's right.
All right, but
this
New Zealand,
yeah.
If I'm one of the New Zealand sponsors back in this trip, I'm like, hey, look, let's just play in the homeland. Let's just keep it down low. We really don't want to put our brand out there.
I mean, whatever Dairy Queen is, New Zealand, do the New Zealand kids even get ice cream after that one?
No. No
43
suicide.
to 1?
43-1. Seriously though, that's probably 3, maybe 5 innings.
What is
to
the
score that
equivalent?
many runs?
No way it went 5.
So we've seen the women's basketball. I think a guy got fired last year they won 108 to like 6 or something.
Yeah.
And because it was bad sportsmanship, he got canceled. What is this the equivalent of in baseball? 43 runs
in baseball.
I mean, if you equated it to football or basketball.
Who won the game? Swanee or Georgia Tech? 222-0.
Georgia Tech.
Swanee.
I thought Swanee won it.
Really?
All right, maybe it was Georgia Tech.
I think it was Cumberland.
Cumberland,
Georgia
right?
Tech, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Georgia Tech,
222-0. Yeah, or to 2.
No,
yeah,
that's about the equivalent.
Yeah, you're just running the score up at that point. I mean, there is 1916 Cumberland versus Georgia Tech, 222-0.
In basketball, it'd be like 250 to.
Oh, it was Georgia Tech. Yeah. They moved to 2-0 that day, Jim. Cumberland fell to 0-1. Georgia Tech scored 63 in the first and second quarter. I don't even know how you do that.
Damn, did they end up winning national championship that year?
That's a good question.
Well, welcome into the Cumberland Coaches Show. Coach, go ahead and open that bag of chips there. Georgia Tech got out early on the guys.
I'm going to say everybody involved with that game is dead, right?
Yeah, John Heisman was Georgia Tech coach. Georgia Tech actually tied Washington and Lee that year.
Not two different games. That was one game.
Yes.
Washington and Lee.
Washington and Lee, they tied them. So, yeah, that's what kept them from being
Do
undefeated.
you ever watch a movie and you think everybody in this movie is probably dead?
Maybe, yeah. There's definitely everybody in that game was dead.
Well, Jaws is coming up on 50 years in 2 summers. It'll be 50th anniversary. And I was watching it this past weekend. We decided, me and the kids, we floated in the pool Saturday night, watched Jaws. A lot of fun, actually. And I was just looking. I was like, I think Richard Dreyfuss, outside of the small kids, the only dude living in this movie now, which is kind of crazy because Jaws.
Yeah. Robert Shaw died quite a while ago, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
And Roy Snyder did too.
Yep.
Lorraine Gray did. I don't know the rest of the cast, but they looked old.
One more thing from recruiting. A Michigan player, he's not a Michigan player, he's a recruit, Elijah Dotson, was on his official visit to Michigan. And he sent out a picture of the meal they got while they were touring the big house. They basically just give him concession food. Look at this. That is a hot dog, stadium dog, with nothing on it, 4 chicken fingers that look like shit, macaroni and cheese, and 1 chocolate chip cookie, and what looks to be Gatorade, University of Michigan Stadium. Big House Eats. And he's hearting it. He's liking it.
Oh, wow.
But he sent that out on social media.
I would delete that immediately if I'm Michigan.
To where everybody started clapping back. One person said, Michigan feeding their recruits like they're in the state pen.
I told you, when you said the big house, I'm like, it looks like the legit big house.
It was the only thing that looked okay was the lemonade, which looked a little shaky.
Yeah.
And the mac and cheese. The hot dog looks awful. The cookie looks like one of those cookies that
mass produced. Like,
Chips Ahoy.
Yeah, you got 1,000 of them.
How, if you're not an SEC school or Ohio State, you're not steak and lobster instantly on Instagram? Here's what we feed our official visits.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to come have a good meal? Come here.
Well, I would eat the piss out of that, by the way.
Well, you would, but you're also not a finely tuned collegiate athlete.
Well, he did it perfectly for Rocky. There's no condiments.
Yeah. Oh, you got ketchup on the side. I see it by the lemonade glass.
Oh, you're right. You sure do.
I mean,
it looks like a dishwashing glove.
But that mac and cheese, though.
Does the hot dog look hot? Doesn't even look hot.
No, it does not.
Yeah.
Kevin's right. Does that change my opinion about Michigan winning a natty? I don't think they're going to win a national championship. I think they're going to be in the mix this year, but that's not a meal for national champions.
No, it's not the meal of champions there. 2 more segments to go on our 500th show here. We're going to record a new Mystery Fifth Hour coming up a little after the show today. You can get all of our Mystery Fifth Hours in a special section on our YouTube channel. Go like and subscribe over there. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Write this number down, 205-969-8100. If you've been thinking about LASIK, find out if it's right for you. It's a simple call, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995. Best in the business, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Call today, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
When we come back, something we didn't ask at SEC Media Days, we probably should. If I asked you who is the best player in the SEC, what would your answer be?
Brock Bowers.
If I asked you who, this is a tease, Lance.
Oh, I know that.
If I asked you who the best player in the SEC is, who would it be? Who would your answer be? That's coming up next. We know who LT's is. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Last time we drank bourbon on a show, I went out to get a tattoo.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Last time we drank bourbon on a show, I didn't show up the next morning.
That happened as well.
Actually, you didn't miss the show.
Yeah.
That's true.
You made it for the show.
And you did send a text, 2 o'clock.
Yeah. I was asked what's the latest I could have him there.
No, that was not what was asked.
That was told to me differently, yes.
Yeah. Oh, Dunaway told it to you differently?
No. You told it to me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can show you a screenshot.
Yeah, no, it was what time do I need to have him there? I said 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the incorrect answer.
No.
Yes.
That was the drop dead time.
I think it worked out.
Yeah. Wow. Worked out fine for me. I was just worried that I was going to be
that would have been the problem.
Throwing up in the garbage can on the side.
That would have been the problem.
Forever, as I sit there and watch the Alabama interviews from Nashville, I think to myself, every time I see our conversation with Dallas Turner or with the Trench King or with anyone else, I always think to myself, oh, when I was doing those interviews, I didn't know whether I was about to throw up in front of them or not. What would the Trench King have said if I leaned over and just...
they've seen it.
I think it would have been actually incredible if you would have thrown up right there on that table.
You don't think those guys have seen somebody yak during camp, make a pizza during camp in August?
Not with bourbon as the main ingredient.
That's got to be bad.
I mean, almost every Uber driver I've ever asked this of, and I don't ask it a lot because I'm sure they get annoyed, but has anybody thrown up in your car? I would say about 1 out of 5 it's happened.
But
if they work at night.
They get a big check for that, don't they?
$250.
Yeah.
And you're going to get some stars knocked off.
As a passenger.
Yeah.
Chicken cocks while we're enjoying here. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Tough Dog. And then we'll get Lance to talk more about his answer. And we'll talk about the best player in the SEC in Brown's opinion and my opinion as well as we get ready for the college football season. Our friends at Tough Dog getting you ready in your garage.
Would you call Brock Bowers a tough dog, Jim?
He's a tough dog.
He's a tough dog in a DAWG. This is Tough Dog Coatings. They are the ones that did the floor in my garage. Now, maybe you've been in a high-end automotive dealership, high-end garage, and you've seen that coated floor, and you're like, man, that looked good in my house. That's probably only commercial. No, sir. Tough Dog does it residentially as well. Garage floor coating, basement floor coating, pool surrounds. They come in, they test the cracks just to make sure they're superficial in your floors, not a foundational issue, and they test the moisture. They do those two tests because they don't want their product to fail. They don't want something outside their control to make their product fail. If you pass both those tests, they're ready to rock. They come in, they smooth out the surface, they put down the coating and the flakes. You've already chosen the color for both of those. They got a lot to choose from. You can even incorporate corporate or personal logos if you would like in all of this. What it results in is an amazing looking floor. Makes your garage feel better under your feet, makes it look better, makes it easier to clean, even makes it smell better. It's crazy, but it does. My garage smells better now. Backed by a 15-year warranty. It will not yellow in sunlight. It will not crack and wear out like epoxy. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. You can find out more by calling Tough Dog now. 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639. Or online, toughdogggaragefloors.com. You spell it T-U-F-F, toughdogggaragefloors.com.
Congratulations to Huntsville native and Alabama golfer Lee Hodges. Got his first PGA Tour victory yesterday by becoming the first person ever to lead wire to wire at the 3M Open up in the Twin Cities. Dominating performance by him. And he was part of that 2018 national runner-up team at Alabama that also had Davis Riley on the team at Alabama, who had his first PGA Tour win earlier this year at the Zurich in New Orleans. And also yesterday, Davis Shore, part of that 2018 team, won for the first time on the Canadian PGA Tour. So what a big year it's been for the 18ers over in Tuscaloosa. On the flip side of that, Justin Thomas, who, by the way, is probably the most successful Alabama golfer out there right now.
There's no probably about that. It's of all time. The most successful Alabama golfer of all time.
Missed the cut at the 3M Open. He has struggled lately, so much so that unless he's remarkable in the final event this weekend, he's going to miss the FedEx Cup and not even be in the running for the FedEx. And he is likely going to miss the Ryder Cup at this point.
Well, I was about to say that is the bigger thing, maybe for him. I don't know what he considers bigger, the FedEx Cup or the Ryder Cup. But there is absolutely no way you could put him on the Ryder Cup team the way he's playing right now. This is a guy that's been on some of the competitive national teams representing the United States, but he's 14th in points right now. And just the form he's in, you just cannot risk it, even with the history he's got.
Best player in the SEC. Is the answer Brock Bowers for everybody?
It's Brock Bowers for most people. I will tell you by the end of the year, a name to watch out for is Mason Smith, though. And this is a guy that is going to be up front for LSU. He got hurt in the first quarter of the Florida State game last year, and he missed all of 2022. But he was a freshman All-American. He's 6'6", 315 pounds. This
Defensive
guy,
lineman, for those that don't know.
This guy will be a difference maker. So I would go right now, Brock Bowers 1, Harold Perkins 2. But I think Mason Smith by the end of the year, or even earlier than that, could end up being your guy.
So that's 2 LSU guys.
Yeah, LSU's going to be good.
Yeah. And by the way, Mekhi Wingo is also on the defensive line at LSU, who may be better than Mason Smith. Interesting with LSU there. Brock Bowers for you? Brownie?
I mean, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's Brock Bowers. I'm just thinking through, some of the guys that Mel Kipers of the world and Daniel Jeremiah are going to have as high draft picks. I mean, Kool-Aid McKinstry is going to be mentioned for that.
But if I told you it was going to be an Alabama player, like at the end of the year, everybody's consensus, it's an Alabama guy. Who is it?
Let's bounce through a couple of these
All
teams.
right.
Best player in Alabama's team, regardless of position. Is it Kool-Aid? Some people will say J.C. Latham.
I mean, the three that were at SEC
Turner,
Media Day, Dallas Turner, J.C. Latham, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, it could eventually be Justice Haynes or somebody
I was
like
about
that.
to bring up Justice Haynes. Malik Benson.
Yeah, everybody's hoping it's Malik Benson. Can I make a case for Jaheim Otis?
You could, absolutely, yeah.
Because that's what, to me, the last couple of Alabama teams have been missing is just somebody that has to, you have to give 2 or 3 blockers on a defensive line that really frees up those linebackers so they couldn't, take the great linebackers out of the mix. Somebody's got to eat up some place. If I said Auburn, who do you think the best player on Auburn team is going to be? I mean, the most recognition goes to Jarquez or a couple of the DBs.
Keontae Scott is going to be a guy that will get some. I think it's Jarquez, but I think Keontae Scott, if you strip away positions and just start looking at production and players, I think he would be the guy.
Look, and they're going to have really good defensive backs. DJ James, Nehemiah Pritchard. I mean, those are really good players.
Yep.
But I don't think Auburn's going to have that guy in the conversation this year.
Arkansas, KJ Jefferson or Rocket Sanders?
I'd go
KJ
Rocket
Jefferson.
Sanders.
I mean, I like both.
I love it when you give the same answer in different names at the same time. Yep. You mumble, you mix that one together.
No, I said KJ Jefferson. He said Rocket Sanders.
That's what I'm saying. You're just like Florida have one. Trevor Etienne was pretty damn good last year.
Yeah.
But that's going to be running back by committee. But Etienne's really good.
I mean, it's hard to pick at Georgia. I've got a list of basically all-stars in front of me here at Georgia.
No, it's not. Again, it's Brock Bowers.
I mean, it's Brock Bowers. But, I mean, you can make a case for some other guys. I mean, there's a lot of talent
Lad
on
McConkey.
that team. It's hard to pick. It's hard to pick an offensive lineman, right, because it's such a boring position, but occasionally we'll talk ball.
Mikael Williams.
They have 3 all-stars on the offensive line. They got some dudes up there.
Lassiter's really good in the secondary. I mean, look, they've, pick your poison when it comes to Georgia. I think what's going to be interesting for Georgia could be Kendall Milton and what he's able to do out of the backfield. I mean, if he leads the SEC in rushing, I'm not going to be surprised at all.
Kentucky has maybe the best receiving group they've had in a long, long time, maybe ever. But Devin Leary, to me, is the best player on that team.
And I think every Kentucky fan out there hopes at the end of the year you keep saying that. And it's not some random lineman or a defensive player, that it's Devin Leary. And they finally have a game changer at quarterback that they hope they can match with a standard Mark Stoops defense. If ever they can find that, I'm not sure it's good enough to beat Georgia, but I am sure it's good enough to finish second in the East.
We are so arrogant about our football in the SEC, deservingly so. You look at the results. But I found it really interesting that Devin Leary is a proven product, at least in the ACC. I mean, he was the Offensive Player of the Year in 2021. And when we were up in Nashville, he wasn't first team, he wasn't second team, he wasn't third team. I mean, the third team quarterback is a guy we haven't seen for a full season in Joe Milton.
That's right. At Ole Miss, Quinshon Judkins for me. You guys too?
Yeah, I'd go with Judkins. Yeah.
Adam Rittenberg writes over the weekend, he thinks Spencer Sanders is the week 1 starter.
I mean,
I would find that hard to believe.
Everybody I talk to over there says Jackson Dart, but I mean, I would believe almost anything with Lane, though.
You guys would go Will Rogers at Mississippi State. I may go Nathaniel Watson, linebacker, but I understand that. Missouri, hard not to go with.
Don't care.
Brady Cook's going to be their quarterback. South Carolina, is it Radler?
Trey
Knox.
Yeah, normally at Missouri, by the way, it ends up being an interior lineman or linebacker on defense. You can make. I mean, the way Rattler finished the year last year, the problem with that is you don't get that guy 12 weeks a year, or at least you haven't in the past. If he can do that, he's absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's Antoine Wells. I mean, some people would say that South Carolina and Kay Kroger's got the best kicker in the league. I don't think anybody wants to recognize their kicker as their best player.
Tennessee, a lot of people will go Joe Milton. I go Brew McCoy.
I've been waiting for Brew McCoy. We saw flashes last year. But Jalen Hyatt obviously was the go-to guy. So was Cedric Tillman. But Brew McCoy is a guy that can absolutely play like 7 positions. And there was a minute at USC where he looked like he was going to be the next breakout guy. It didn't work out there. But I think he will have a monster year.
I do too. Anais Smith at A&M?
No. Evan Stewart.
Evan Stewart for you, wide receiver. And Vandy, can you name his name
A.J. Swan.
A.J. Swan.
Little best player in the SEC, but overall, we all go Brock Bowers.
I mean, if you could represent one moving forward, I don't know if it would be Brock Bowers because tight end money is not.
DB money. I mean, I'd take a shot at Kool-Aid or one of the top DBs.
Take a shot at quarterback for.
Yeah.
I think I'd take a shot at Mason Smith. I mean, we just saw how much Quentin Williams just got.
That's true.
I think I'd go Mason Smith or Harold Perkins. And then, hell, I mean, can you give me a quarterback that's going to work out in the NFL?
No, I cannot.
That's the problem.
Not one to the level of the money we're talking about.
That's right. It needs to be a first round high draft pick to lock it in, like we had this past
And have a
year.
near Hall of Fame career.
The two guys I think everybody will talk about to the NFL after this year will be KJ Jefferson and Joe Milton. I think those will be the physical freaks that everybody will say, this is the next guy.
One more thing on Michigan, our 40-40 team. And at number 2 today, we finish our 40-40. And Matt Mosley says amen tomorrow with number 1 Georgia. One more thing from them coming up in the final segment right here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
186 today, Rockstar. So despite all the great food I've been eating in Nashville and all the great bourbon like chicken cock, thanks to my friends at Way to Wellness, my numbers are good in both my blood pressure, cholesterol, and on the scale today, 186. I only want to be 179 by the time football kicks off.
Oh, so you've only got 7 pounds to go between now and
7 pounds.
I mean, 26, basically in a month.
26 days to get 7 pounds. Ironically, not ironically, in dream scenario, I'd like to be 179 at the end of football season. But
well, that's going to be tough there.
Is that why you're trying to get down, because you know you're going to pack it back on?
Yes. I mean, for instance, my friend Mike Kennedy, he does a lot of cooking at his house. He made this apricot and habanero like jam that goes over cream cheese, and you sort of rake your Fritos or your chips or your Triscuits through it, and crackers, and you eat that as a dip. It is delicious, absolutely delicious. So Way to Wellness can help you keep all your numbers good as you get older. Those blood pressure and cholesterol numbers become scary at times. That's why I went to Way to Wellness for the first time. Leslie and her board-certified teams sat down with me, and they came up with a special plan for me, no cookie-cutter plans. Go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. Planforme.com is a website. That's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Rockstar, one more soundbite. Number 3, Chris Jenkins. He plays at Michigan, and he discusses the Georgia drill that they now do every practice, the Beat Georgia drill. Chris, why did you do the Beat Georgia drill now at Michigan practices?
Honestly, like Beat Georgia is it's a gritty drill where we try to get in to improve ourselves physically, and it's really a bit of a church battle, as we call it. But really we honestly put that in because it keeps up with that mentality. In order to beat a guy, you got to beat the guy. And right now, that guy is Georgia. Georgia has proven themselves to be a dominant football team. Give them their respect, obviously. So in order for us to walk the walk, talk the talk, and walk the walk, we got to improve that emphasis every single day in practice. So that's really like more of just like a reminder of emphasis of what kind of football team do we want to be.
Now, I would imagine you like that as a guy who thinks Michigan could get over the hump.
I don't. I was about to say, who am I to question Jim Harbaugh? But I would call it like the national championship drill. The problem is you're giving Kirby motivation to his players. Hey, boys, they're saying it's the Georgia drill. Again, we're not going to be the hunted. We're going to be the hunter. And everybody out there is trying to top us. We become the model. You guys don't get lax because we become the top model.
This works great, though, if you face Georgia in the postseason. It's interesting if you don't, though. I wonder how you spin it if you're Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Like last year they played TCU.
For instance, if they play LSU, who beat Georgia,
That's
or
right.
Alabama, who beat Georgia to get to that situation to play Michigan, you can hear the Alabama guys saying in the trenches, hey, you probably should have done the beat Alabama.
That's right. You weren't trying to beat us.
Yeah,
We beat the team you were trying to beat.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, that's right. I mean that. But if you do face Georgia, which that's obviously what Harbaugh is gambling on here. Now you can say, guys, we have been ripping this all year long. Everything we did in the offseason was about beating this team. You guys have put in the work to beat this team, and you've kind of got that mindset now.
Yeah, but then if you're Kirby, hey, look, you guys have been in their heads for years now.
It works both ways. There's no doubt.
Let's stop talking about it. Let's go do it.
Let's go out and do it.
That was Nick Saban,
That
right?
was Nick Saban, yes.
All right, football season's another day closer. Camps opening up everywhere. UAB's out today. Jack State's been out. All the week 0 and Thursday night teams are practicing now. Everyone else gets going Thursday, Friday through the weekend. College football is here. We'll keep talking about it all the way up to the kickoff of the season. Next week, we're out at Ocean City, Maryland with live shows at the end of the week. Into this month of August, we'll be at the Floribama. Make plans to come see us. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.